I should have never come out here alone. The cabin was miles away from the nearest town, nestled deep in the woods. I had rented it for a week, thinking the isolation would help me clear my head. City life had been suffocating, and I needed to escape, even if just for a little while. The listing made it look charming. Small but sturdy, tucked between towering pine trees, the kind of place where you could sip coffee on the porch and forget the world existed. The drive out took longer than expected. The road turned from pavement to gravel, then to a narrow dirt path barely wide enough for my car. Tree branches scratched against the windows, and my tires kicked up dust that hung in the air like a fog. I checked my phone, no service. When I finally arrived, the cabin was smaller than I had imagined. A single-story structure with dark wood siding, a wraparound porch, and a roof weighed down by thick layers of leaves. The forest pressed in around it, dense and quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. There were no neighbors, no other cabins, just trees and silence. Inside, it was exactly what I expected. A tiny kitchen with an old gas stove, a living area with a sagging couch, and a single bedroom with a wooden bed frame. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, just a battery-powered radio and a bookshelf filled with titles I had never heard of. I should have left as soon as I stepped inside. The first night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made me jolt awake. The creak of trees shifting in the wind, the rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig. The darkness outside was absolute. No streetlights, no moonlight breaking through the thick tree cover, just blackness pressing against the windows. Sometime in the middle of the night, I heard something new, not the usual forest noises. It was a thud, not loud, but heavy, solid, like something hitting wood, came from the porch. I held my breath, straining to listen. Another thud, closer this time, then nothing, just the sound of my own heartbeat hammering in my ears. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting. My body was tense, my mind racing. Eventually, exhaustion won. I drifted off into a restless sleep. The next morning, I stepped onto the porch, half expecting to find something. A fallen branch, an animal, anything that could explain the noise. But there was nothing, just leaves scattered across the wooden planks, shifting slightly in the breeze. I told myself it was nothing. The woods were full of sounds, full of movement. Animals wandered through all the time. I had probably heard a deer or a raccoon. I spent the day exploring the area, hiking through the dense forest. The deeper I went, the more uneasy I felt. Something about the silence felt wrong. The woods should have been full of life, birds, insects, the occasional rustle of a small animal moving through the underbrush. But there was nothing, just an oppressive, suffocating quiet. I turned back sooner than I had planned. That night, the noises started again. It was subtle at first, a faint scraping sound, like something dragging across the porch. Then came the thud again. I sat up in bed, my pulse pounding. Another thud. I reached for the flashlight beside my bed, my fingers fumbling in the dark. The beam of light cut through the room, shaky and weak. I took slow steps toward the front window, heart hammering in my chest. I pressed my face to the glass. Something moved at the edge of the porch. Not an animal. Too tall, too still. I yanked the curtain shut and backed away from the window. For hours, I sat in the corner of the room, flashlight clutched in my hand, waiting. I didn't sleep. I barely blinked. The noises stopped eventually, but I didn't relax. Couldn't. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I threw my things into my bag and stepped outside. The porch was covered in marks. Long, deep scratches in the wood, as if something with claws had been dragging its hands across the surface. My stomach twisted. I hurried to my car, shoving the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered but wouldn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Panic set in. I popped the hood, but I wasn't a mechanic. The engine looked fine to me, but it wouldn't turn over. I was stranded. I went back inside and locked the door, my mind racing. I had enough food to last a few days, but that wasn't the problem. The problem was that I wasn't alone out here. Someone or something was outside at night, watching, waiting. The day passed slowly. I kept checking the car, hoping it would miraculously start, but it didn't. I tried my phone again, still no service. I considered walking back to town, but the thought of wandering through miles of dense forest with whatever was out there made my skin crawl. That night, I barricaded the door. I pushed the couch against it, stacked chairs on top. It felt ridiculous, like something out of a bad horror movie, but I didn't care. The noises started earlier this time. The first thud came just after sunset. Then another. Then another. They were getting closer. Something was on the porch. I turned off the lights and crouched in the corner, gripping a kitchen knife in one hand, the flashlight in the other. I didn't breathe. Then I heard it. The sound of something pressing against the door. Slow, deliberate. Testing. The wood creaked. The handle rattled. I held my breath, heart pounding so hard it hurt. And then, silence. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Eventually, the first hint of dawn seeped through the windows. I moved cautiously, my limbs stiff and shaking. I peeked through the window. The porch was empty. The scratches were deeper now. The door was dented, as if something had been pushing against it all night. I had to get out of there. I packed my things and left on foot, not caring how far I had to go. The forest swallowed me whole as I walked, every sound making me flinch. I didn't look back at the cabin. I didn't stop. It took me hours, but I finally made it to the main road. A passing truck driver picked me up. I never told him what happened. I just told him I needed to get as far away as possible. When I finally got home, I looked up the cabin's listing. It had been removed. No records, no past reviews. It was as if it had never existed, and I wasn't about to go looking for it again. I never planned on spending a week alone in the middle of nowhere. It just sort of happened. I was supposed to come up here with my brother, Mike. It was his idea. A week away from everything, just us, some beers, and the kind of quiet you don't get in the city. I wasn't really excited about it. I wasn't much of an outdoors guy, but Mike convinced me, said it would be good for both of us. He needed a break from work, and I just needed to get out of my apartment for a while. We rented a cabin deep in the woods of Montana, some old place that looked like it had been standing for 100 years. No neighbors, no electricity, no cell service. The kind of place that made you realize just how quiet the world could be when you weren't surrounded by people. I should have known that was a bad idea. Mike bailed last minute. Something about work. He told me to go anyway, said I could use the time alone. I almost canceled, but the place was already paid for, and part of me liked the idea of just sitting in silence for a while. So, I packed up my truck and drove out there. The road leading to the cabin was just dirt, full of potholes and lined with trees so thick they felt like walls. I arrived in the afternoon, just before the sun dipped below the trees. The cabin was small, just a single-story structure with a wraparound porch and a stack of wood piled up on one side. It smelled like damp wood and old memories. Inside, it was basic, wooden floors, a fireplace, a tiny kitchen with an old propane stove. There was a bedroom with a bed that felt like it was stuffed with rocks and a bathroom with a toilet that needed to be pumped by hand. No electricity, just some oil lamps and a few candles left behind by whoever stayed here last. That first night was fine, quiet, peaceful even. I built a fire, made some canned chili on the stove, and read a book by lantern light. The silence felt nice, like a break from everything. The second night, I noticed something was off. Started small, feeling really like I wasn't as alone as I thought I was. I chalked it up to my mind playing tricks on me. I was used to the city, used to the constant hum of life happening around me. Out here, the silence was thick, pressed against my ears, made my own breathing sound too loud. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of something moving outside. Not an animal, something bigger. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. I held my breath, listening. The steps crunched against the leaves just beyond the porch. My first thought was a bear, maybe a deer, but then I heard it, a soft scraping sound, like metal against wood. I grabbed the old hunting knife I found in one of the kitchen drawers and moved to the window. The oil lamp flickered, casting shadows that made it hard to see. I peered outside, heart hammering in my chest. Nothing, just trees and darkness. I stood there for what felt like an hour, waiting. The footsteps didn't come back, and eventually I convinced myself I imagined it. Maybe the cabin was settling, or maybe some animal had wandered too close. Either way, I forced myself to go back to bed. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach twist. The wooden railing of the porch had long, deep scratches in it, like someone had dragged a knife across it over and over. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it had been there before and I just didn't notice. Maybe it was the wind or hell, I don't know. But the more I looked, the less I believed in those explanations. The marks were fresh. The wood was splintered, the edges too sharp to be old. I thought about leaving, but I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was some hunter who passed by in the night. Maybe they were checking out the cabin, saw it was occupied, and moved on. I should have left. That night, I locked the door, stoked the fire high, and kept the knife within reach. I told myself there was nothing to be scared of, that I was just letting my imagination run wild. Around midnight, I heard it again. The footsteps. This time, they didn't stop at the porch. They circled the cabin, slow and steady. I sat up in bed, every muscle in my body tense. The oil lamp flickered on the nightstand, barely keeping the darkness at bay. Then came the breathing, deep, slow, right outside the thin walls of the cabin. I gripped the knife so hard my knuckles turned white. My heart pounded so loud I thought whoever or whatever was out there could hear it. Then the doorknob rattled, not a violent shake, just a slow, deliberate test. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The rattling stopped. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there waiting, listening. The footsteps never came back, but I never shook the feeling that whoever had been out there hadn't gone far. By morning, I made my decision. I packed my bag, loaded up my truck, and got the hell out of there. As I pulled away, I saw something in the trees. A figure, too far to make out details, but close enough to know it was watching me. Standing completely still between the trees. I didn't slow down, didn't look back. When I got to the nearest town, I told the guy at the gas station about it. He just nodded like he'd heard it before. That cabin? You're lucky, man. Some folks go up there and don't come back. I didn't ask any more questions. I just got in my truck and drove. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I know one thing. I'm never going back to that cabin again. I needed a break from the city. Too much noise, too many people, and too much stress. I found a listing for a secluded cabin up in the mountains, far enough from civilization that I wouldn't hear cars or sirens, but still close enough that I could drive to town if I needed to. The pictures looked perfect. A small wooden cabin, a lake nearby, trees stretching for miles. It was exactly what I needed. I booked it for a week. The drive up was peaceful, but the road got rough the higher I went. It turned from pavement to gravel, then from gravel to dirt. My car handled it fine, but I could tell not many people came this way. The trees grew denser, and the silence became heavier. I didn't mind. That was the whole point of this trip, to be alone, away from everything. When I finally reached the cabin, it was just as the pictures showed. A small, single-story structure with a slanted roof and a wraparound porch. The wood was old, but it looked sturdy. There was a fire pit out front, a stack of chopped logs to the side, and a little dock leading out to the lake. No neighbors. No sounds except the wind in the trees and the occasional bird call. Perfect. I let myself inside. The place smelled like old wood and dust. There was a single bedroom, a bathroom, a tiny kitchen, and a living area with a fireplace. Everything was rustic, but it had running water and electricity, which was all I really needed. I dropped my bag on the couch and checked my phone. No service. That wasn't a surprise. The listing mentioned it, but I still felt a little uneasy knowing I was completely cut off. The only connection I had to the outside world was the old landline phone hanging on the wall. The first night was peaceful. I sat on the porch, watching the sun dip below the trees, listening to the distant sounds of the forest. When it got dark, I went inside, lit a fire, and read a book. I hadn't felt this relaxed in years, but something changed on the second night. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding. Took me a second to realize what had woken me. A sound, faint but distinct. Footsteps, not inside but outside near the porch. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer wandering too close. I forced myself to relax, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. The dirt around the porch was dry and packed, but near the trees, I found something. Footprints. Human footprints. They weren't mine. I had only worn hiking boots, and these were from something else. A barefoot print, slightly smeared, like someone had been dragging their foot. I told myself it could have been old. Maybe some hiker had passed through days ago. But deep down, I didn't believe that. It hadn't rained recently. The prints were fresh. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was overthinking things. I spent the day hiking, trying to clear my head. But that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was out there, watching. Then, just past midnight, I heard it again. The same slow, deliberate footsteps circling the cabin. I sat up in bed, every muscle in my body tensed. The sound stopped again, just like before. I waited, barely breathing, but nothing happened. In the morning, I checked the area again. More footprints, this time closer to the cabin. And something else, scratches on the wooden porch railing. Deep, uneven marks like someone had dragged something sharp across it. My stomach twisted. I wasn't alone out here. I spent the next day on edge. I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone lurking in the trees. I couldn't focus. I didn't eat much. The isolation, which had felt peaceful at first, now felt suffocating. I wasn't sure what to do. Driving down the mountain at night wasn't an option. The road was too rough, too narrow. One wrong turn and I'd be stuck or worse. I decided to wait it out, but I kept my flashlight and a kitchen knife beside me that night. The sounds came again. Footsteps, scraping against the wood. Then something new. A low, guttural breathing, just outside the window. I clenched the knife so hard my hand hurt. My heart was slamming in my chest. I wanted to move, but I was frozen, too afraid to even breathe. The breathing lingered for what felt like forever, then slowly faded. I didn't sleep after that. As soon as the sun came up, I packed my things and threw them in the car. I didn't care if I had booked the cabin for a week. I was leaving. I started the engine, heart pounding, and slammed the gas. The drive down was nerve-wracking. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing in the trees, watching me go. But I didn't see anyone, just endless forest stretching for miles. I didn't stop until I reached the first town at the bottom of the mountain. I pulled into a gas station, parked, and just sat there, trying to steady my breathing. I glanced at my phone. Full service again. I checked the listing for the cabin, half thinking I'd leave a review warning others. But the listing was gone. No trace of it, like it had never existed. I searched the address, the owner's name, nothing. My booking confirmation email, gone from my inbox. It was as if I had never been there at all. I don't know who or what was out there in those woods, but I know one thing: I'll never go back. I needed the break. A week alone in the woods sounded perfect. Work had drained me, city life had worn me thin, and I just wanted peace. So I booked a remote cabin deep in the Appalachian Mountains. No service, no distractions. Just me, the trees, and silence. The drive was long. Paved roads turned to gravel, then to dirt. My GPS lost signal halfway, and I had to rely on a printed map. The deeper I went, the thicker the trees became. After nearly 5 hours, I reached the cabin. It was old, sturdy, with a metal roof and a wide porch. A small shed stood a few yards away. The place was stocked with firewood and canned food. The owner had left a note on the counter: "No cell service. Use radio for emergencies. Enjoy your stay." The radio was an old crank-style one. I tested it, static, just as expected. The first day was calm. I unpacked, made a fire, and sat on the porch with a beer. The air smelled like pine, and the only sounds were the occasional rustling in the bushes and the wind through the trees. Felt perfect. That night I slept deep. No sirens, no honking, just silence. When I woke up, it was still dark. A noise had stirred me, something moving outside. I sat up, listening. It was a slow, deliberate sound, like footsteps in the leaves. Probably a deer, I thought. Still, I grabbed my flashlight and shined it out the window. Nothing. The second day, I hiked a few miles. The trails were barely marked, but I had a compass. The forest was vast, endless. As I walked, I got that strange feeling, like being watched. It made no sense. I was alone. I pushed it aside and kept walking. Around midday, I found something odd. A pile of rocks stacked in a neat formation, like a marker. It looked intentional. I took a picture and kept moving. A few yards ahead, I saw another, then another. Each pile was the same height, the same shape. Something about them unsettled me. I turned back. That night, I locked the cabin door and made sure the windows were shut. I kept the radio on the table next to me, just in case. I woke up to the sound of something tapping. Slow, steady, not a knock. Tap. My stomach twisted. It was coming from the porch. I stayed still, barely breathing. The sound stopped. Then it started again, softer this time. I reached for my flashlight, my hands sweating. When I turned it on and pointed it at the window, the tapping stopped. I waited, heart pounding, then forced myself to check outside. The porch was empty, nothing disturbed. But when I looked down, I saw it. Another stack of rocks, identical to the ones in the woods. I shut the door and locked it again. The next morning, I packed my things. I told myself I was overreacting, but I didn't care. I had planned for a week. I was leaving in 2 days, but I wasn't waiting. I threw my bag in the truck and turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even click. I tried again. Dead. I checked my phone, knowing it was useless. No service. I opened the hood. I'm no mechanic, but I could see the problem immediately. The battery cables were gone. Not loose. Gone. I ran back inside and locked the door. I cranked the radio. Static. Then, in between the noise, something else. Hear me? Hello? I turned the knob, trying to clear it up. Hello? Can you hear me? Static. Then one word. Leave. My stomach dropped. The voice was flat, emotionless. The static swallowed it, then silence. I barely slept that night. I sat in the chair, facing the door, my hunting knife in my lap. Hours passed. The wind howled. Then, footsteps. Not an animal. Slow. Human. Right outside the window. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The footsteps stopped. Minutes passed. Then I heard the tapping again, right against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. I gripped the knife tighter. Then silence. The longest silence of my life. I stayed awake until dawn. When the sun rose, I gathered everything I could carry and ran. I didn't follow the road. I cut straight through the woods. I walked for hours. My legs burned. I kept checking over my shoulder, convinced I wasn't alone. Then I saw it, the same stacks of rocks. They lined my path, leading me somewhere. I turned, trying to find another way, but no matter which direction I chose, the stacks were there. Then ahead, something else. A cabin, identical to mine. The same porch, the same shed, the same metal roof. I stumbled back. This was impossible. I had walked for hours. I was miles away, but there it was. And then I saw them. Footprints, not mine, leading to the door. The door was open. I didn't go inside. I ran. I don't know how long I ran before I found the road. I barely remember flagging down a truck. An old man picked me up. He didn't ask questions, just drove. I didn't speak. When we reached town, I called for help. A tow truck went to retrieve my vehicle. They found it. They didn't find the cabin. I told them where it was, gave them the map, showed them the pictures on my phone. They found nothing. No cabin, no shed, no stacks of rocks, just trees. I don't go to the woods anymore. I don't know why I said yes. Maybe it was pride. Maybe I just wanted to prove something to myself. But when my friend told me about a remote cabin deep in the woods and dared me to spend a weekend there alone, I agreed without thinking twice. He sent me the coordinates and a brief description. An old hunting cabin, abandoned for years, built by some hermit decades ago. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, a cot, and whatever I decided to bring. The only way in was a barely visible dirt path cutting through dense trees. I packed light, some canned food, a flashlight, a sleeping bag, and my knife, just in case. The drive up was already unsettling. The paved roads turned into gravel, then dirt, then something barely recognizable as a path. My truck groaned as it pushed through, branches scraping against the sides like fingernails. After what felt like forever, I spotted the cabin. It was smaller than I imagined, barely more than a shack. A single window, a door hanging slightly off its hinges, and a sagging roof. The forest around it was thick, the trees pressing in close, their trunks twisted and gnarled. It was the kind of place that felt untouched, forgotten. I killed the engine, and the silence hit me immediately. No distant cars, no voices, just the wind rustling through the leaves and the occasional creak of trees shifting. The air smelled damp, earthy. I stepped inside, and the floor groaned under my weight. The place was as bare as expected. Just a cot, a small table, and a rusted stove. A thick layer of dust covered everything. In the corner, an old wooden chair faced the window. I ignored it, dropped my bag, and set about making the place livable. I swept away years of dirt and cobwebs, checked for any animals, and got a small fire going in the stove. It wasn't cozy, but it was warm. That first night was rough. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig outside. Every noise made my heart pound. I reminded myself I was in the middle of the woods. Of course there were animals, but my body refused to relax. My knife stayed close to my hand as I lay in the cot, eyes fixed on the ceiling, ears straining. At some point, exhaustion won. I drifted off. I woke up to something tapping against the window. My breath caught in my throat. I stayed completely still, ears straining. The sound was slow, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. My flashlight was within reach. I grabbed it and clicked it on, aiming it at the window. Nothing, just trees and darkness. My pulse pounded in my ears. I forced myself to breathe, to think rationally. It was a branch, just a branch moving in the wind. I turned over, gripping the knife tighter. Morning came too slow. When I stepped outside, the first thing I noticed was the stillness. No birds, no rustling, just an eerie silence. The trees seemed closer than before, their branches reaching in like skeletal fingers. I shook off the feeling and explored the area. Found an old shed a few yards from the cabin. The door was cracked open. Inside, dust-covered tools lined the walls, rusted beyond use. Something felt off, but I couldn't place it. Maybe it was the way the trees pressed in. Maybe it was the lingering smell of decay. I tried to push the unease down and focus on surviving the weekend. I gathered firewood, checked my supplies, and tried to ignore the constant feeling of being watched. That night, it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up fast, gripping the knife. My flashlight beam cut through the dark, illuminating the window. Again, nothing. But this time, I noticed something. The glass was smudged, like someone or something had pressed against it. A sick feeling twisted in my stomach. I got up, locked the door with the flimsy latch, and dragged the chair against it for good measure. My heart wouldn't slow. Hours passed. Couldn't sleep. Every creak, every whisper of wind had me on edge. At some point, my eyes grew heavy. Just as I started slipping into sleep, something crashed against the door. I jolted up, heart hammering. The chair had shifted. The latch barely held. Something was outside, and it wanted in. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Minutes passed, then an hour. Silence settled again, thick and suffocating. At dawn, I stepped outside. The ground was disturbed. Footprints, but they weren't animal tracks. They were human, barefoot, leading from the woods to my cabin and back again. I left everything behind and ran to my truck. The engine roared to life, and I sped down the dirt path, branches clawing at the sides. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on paved roads, back in civilization. I never told my friend what happened. I never looked back, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear it. Tap, tap, tap. I needed a break from everything. Work was draining me, and the city noise never let my mind rest. So I booked a remote cabin deep in the woods. No neighbors, no internet, just silence. That was what I wanted. The drive up was rough. The last few miles were just dirt roads, my tires kicking up dust as I climbed higher into the hills. The trees grew thicker, darker. It felt like I was heading somewhere untouched, a place people had forgotten. My GPS gave up halfway, so I relied on the directions the owner had emailed me. Follow the road until you see an old hunting sign nailed to a tree. Turn left, and you'll find the cabin at the end of the trail. When I finally saw the sign, it was barely readable, the wood cracked and the paint almost gone. But it was there. I turned and followed the trail. The cabin sat alone in a clearing, small and old, but sturdy. It had a porch, a single rocking chair, and windows covered in dust. Inside, the air was stale, like it hadn't been opened in months. There was a small kitchen, a living area with an old couch and a bedroom in the back. The bathroom was tiny, but it worked. No electricity, just a gas lantern and a wood stove. That was fine. I came here for silence. The first night was peaceful. I made a fire, ate a sandwich, and sat on the porch, listening to the wind move through the trees. It was cold, even in summer, and the woods stretched out endlessly. No cars, no voices, just quiet. The second night, I started noticing things, small things. When I went outside to get firewood, I saw footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine, too large, too wide apart. They led from the trees to the cabin and stopped at the porch. I felt my stomach tighten, but I told myself they were old, maybe left by a hunter before I got here. I locked the door that night. At some point, I woke up. Something wasn't right. It took me a second to realize the fire had burned out, and it was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your own hand. Then I heard it, breathing, not mine, slow, steady, coming from outside. I held my breath, trying to listen. It was close, right outside the bedroom window. I couldn't see anything, but I knew someone was there, just standing, waiting. I stayed still, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. After what felt like hours, the breathing stopped. No footsteps, no movement, just silence. In the morning, I checked outside. The footprints were back, but this time they circled the cabin. I packed my things. I wasn't going to stay another night. As I loaded my bag into the car, I noticed something in the trees, a shape just barely visible between the branches. Tall still, watching. I didn't wait. I got in, started the engine, and didn't look back. I drove until I reached the highway, my hands shaking on the wheel. When I finally stopped at a gas station hours later, I checked my phone. No service. I asked the cashier about the cabin if anyone else had stayed there. He just shook his head. That place? No one's rented it in years. I didn't argue. I didn't ask questions. I just drove home and never went back. I never wanted to go to the cabin. My brother, David, convinced me. He said I needed to clear my head, get away from the noise of the city. I wasn't in the mood for it, but after weeks of him pushing, I gave in. I packed a bag, tossed it in the truck, and followed him out to a place I had never been before. The drive was long, mostly winding dirt roads with nothing but trees on both sides. It felt like we had left the real world behind. By the time we got there, the sun was already dipping behind the mountains. The cabin wasn't much. A small, single-story structure with a covered porch and a shed out back. It looked old, but not abandoned. Someone had been keeping up with it. David unlocked the door, and we stepped inside. It smelled like wood, dust, and something faintly metallic. The air felt thick, like the place hadn't been aired out in months. The furniture was simple: a couch, a couple of chairs, a fireplace, and a kitchen in the corner. There were 2 doors. One led to a small bedroom, the other to a bathroom. David set his bag down and walked straight to the fridge. He opened it, found a couple of beers, tossed me one, and plopped down on the couch. I wasn't in the mood to drink, but I took a sip anyway. "I'll go chop some wood," he said after a while. I didn't argue. I just sat there, listening to the wind outside. There was something about the quiet that put me on edge. It wasn't peaceful. It was too quiet, like the whole forest was holding its breath. David was out back for about 20 minutes before I heard him come back in, stacking logs by the fireplace. "Storm's coming," he said, pointing out the window. I looked outside. The sky had turned a deep, bruised purple. Thick clouds rolled over the mountains, swallowing the last of the daylight. The trees bent under the wind, their branches creaking like old bones. We ate a quick dinner, canned chili and bread, then sat by the fire. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows. The power flickered once, then held steady. "Storm might knock out the power," David said. "Better get the lanterns ready." I nodded, but I wasn't really listening. Something about the night felt wrong. The way the wind moved through the trees, the way the shadows stretched across the room. It was just a storm, I told myself. Just a normal storm in the middle of nowhere. I went to bed first, leaving David by the fire. The bedroom was small, just a bed and a nightstand. The mattress was stiff, but I was too tired to care. I closed my eyes and listened to the wind outside. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to something. A noise. Thud, maybe. Or a knock. I wasn't sure. I sat up, my heart hammering. The room was pitch black. The fire had burned down, and the power must have gone out. I waited, listening. Nothing. Just the wind outside. Then I heard it again. A slow, deliberate knock. Not at the front door. At the window. I turned my head slowly. The window was right next to the bed, covered by thin curtains. I couldn't see anything outside. Just darkness. Maybe it was a tree branch, I told myself. Just the wind. Then it came again. Knock. 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 Too slow. Too steady. I held my breath. My hands gripped the blanket so hard my knuckles ached. Something was out there. I forced myself to move. I slid out of bed, careful not to make a sound. The floor was cold under my feet. I crept to the door and opened it just enough to look into the living room. David was still on the couch, asleep. The fire had burned down to embers. I stepped out, heart pounding, and made my way to the window. I pulled the curtain back just an inch. Darkness, then lightning flashed. For a split second, the whole forest lit up, and I saw it. A man, standing just outside the window. He was close, too close. His face was pale, his eyes locked onto mine. He didn't move, didn't flinch, just stood there staring. Then the darkness swallowed him again. I stumbled back, nearly falling. My breath came in ragged gasps. I turned, ran to David, and shook him awake. "There's someone outside," I hissed. He sat up, groggy. "What?" "Outside, by the window." David rubbed his eyes, then stood up. He grabbed the fireplace poker and walked to the door. He cracked it open just a little. Wind and rain howled in. Nothing else. "No one's there," he said. I didn't believe him, but when I looked again, the window was empty. We double-checked the locks, then sat by the fire, listening. The storm raged on, but no more knocks came. No more faces in the dark. Eventually, exhaustion won. David dozed off. I stayed awake, staring at the window until the first light of morning crept through. We packed up and left as soon as the storm let up. I never told David what I saw, but as we pulled away, I looked back one last time. And in the trees, half hidden by the shadows, a man stood watching us go. Still, silent, waiting. I was never one for the outdoors, but when my brother suggested we rent a cabin deep in the woods for a week, I agreed. We hadn't spent much time together in years, and I figured it would be a good way to reconnect. He loved hiking and camping, I didn't, but I figured a few days away from the city wouldn't kill me. The cabin was an old wooden structure, probably built decades ago, and it looked just as worn down as I felt after the long drive. It was small, just 2 rooms, one for sleeping, one for cooking and sitting. There was no Wi-Fi, no television, and the only source of heat was a wood-burning stove. My brother loved it. I wasn't sure how I felt. The first day was uneventful. We unpacked, chopped some wood, and sat by the fire drinking cheap beer. The air was cold, but the fire kept us warm. It was quiet, almost too quiet. I was used to city noise, the distant hum of traffic, people talking, music playing from cars. Out here, there was nothing but the occasional sound of the wind and the rustling of trees. It made me uneasy, but I didn't say anything. That night, I woke up to a strange noise outside. It was faint, but it was there. A slow, steady crunching, like footsteps in the snow. I sat up in bed, listening. My brother was fast asleep in the other bed. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, but something felt off. The footsteps weren't random. They had a rhythm to them, like someone was walking in circles around the cabin. I lay there, heart pounding, until the sound eventually faded away. The next morning, I checked outside. There were tracks in the snow, but they weren't animal tracks. They were boot prints. Someone had been outside our cabin during the night. My brother shrugged it off. Probably some hiker passing through, he said. Nothing to worry about. I tried to believe that, but something about those footprints bothered me. They didn't lead to the cabin from anywhere. They just circled it, over and over again. That day, we went for a hike. My brother was in his element, pointing out animal tracks, identifying trees, talking about survival skills. I barely listened. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone out here. Every so often, I thought I saw movement in the trees, a shadow, a flicker of something just out of sight. But every time I looked directly at it, there was nothing there. We made it back to the cabin just before sunset. I locked the door behind us. My brother laughed at me. "What? You think someone's out here stalking us?" I didn't answer. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, listening. At first, there was nothing but silence. Then the footsteps came back. Slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. My stomach turned to ice. I wanted to wake my brother, but I didn't. He would tell me I was being paranoid. I didn't want to hear it. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening. The footsteps never stopped. Then something new. A light tap on the window. Just once. Then again. Tap, tap. Couldn't move. I barely breathed. The tapping continued, slow and deliberate, like someone was testing the glass. Then silence. I didn't sleep that night. By morning, my brother was up before me. He was outside, stretching, breathing in the cold air like he was at a spa. I stepped onto the porch and scanned the ground. More footprints. They circled the cabin, stopping right under the window where I had heard the tapping. "See," I pointed at the tracks. "This isn't just some random hiker." My brother frowned, but still didn't seem too concerned. "Maybe some kid messing with us. Let's just go about our day." I wanted to leave. I wanted to pack up and drive home. But my brother refused, and I wasn't going to leave him alone out here. So I stayed. That evening, we built a fire outside, hoping the light would keep whatever it was away. Didn't. At some point in the night, I felt it again, that uneasy feeling of being watched. My brother was snoring softly beside me. I stared into the darkness beyond the firelight, eyes scanning for movement. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing just beyond the trees, barely visible in the flickering light. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't a shadow. It was a person. I sat frozen, my breath caught in my throat. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. I wanted to wake my brother, but I was afraid that if I moved, the figure would react. So I stayed still, watching, waiting. Then, in an instant, it was gone. No sound, no movement, just gone. I barely slept that night. I lay awake, every muscle in my body tense, listening for the footsteps. They came as they always did, but this time they stopped at the door, and they stayed there, The next morning, I made my brother agree to leave. He grumbled about cutting the trip short but didn't argue too much. We packed quickly. The whole time, I felt like we were being watched. As we pulled away from the cabin, I glanced back one last time. Standing in the tree line was the figure, watching us leave. I never went back to the woods again. I never should have taken the job. It seemed simple enough. 2 weeks alone in a remote cabin, watching over the property for an old man who barely seemed to care about it. Just keep the generator running, make sure no animals get in, and report anything strange. Easy money, I thought. The cabin was deep in the woods, far from any town or road, and barely standing. It reeked of mildew and old wood. The floors creaked under my weight, and every window was fogged up from years of moisture. There was no cell signal. The landline phone on the wall looked like it hadn't worked in a decade. But I wasn't worried. I had brought enough supplies: cans of soup, water jugs, a flashlight, extra batteries. I had even brought a book to read at night. The first few days were uneventful. Cold, but uneventful. I spent most of my time chopping wood for the stove, fixing the leaky roof, and keeping an eye out for any wild animals. There were scratches on the walls outside, deep grooves in the wood. I figured it was from a bear or a cougar. I had a rifle with me just in case. At night, the wind howled through the trees, making the cabin groan like an old man shifting in his sleep. I could hear the distant sound of branches breaking, but I told myself it was just the wind. It had to be the wind. By the fourth night, I started noticing small things. My boots weren't where I left them. The can of soup I swore I hadn't touched was half empty. The front door was unlocked when I was sure I had bolted it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe I had left the door open by mistake. Then I heard it. It was past midnight, and I was lying in bed, trying to sleep. The fire had burned down to embers, filling the cabin with a faint orange glow. That's when I heard the sound: soft, slow footsteps just outside the cabin. Not an animal. An animal would move quickly, with no pattern. These footsteps were deliberate, measured. Someone was walking in circles around the cabin. I held my breath, listening. The steps would stop for a while, then start again, as if whoever was out there wanted me to know they were there. I reached for my rifle, gripping it tightly. My heart pounded in my chest. I forced myself to sit up, every instinct telling me to stay still. The firelight flickered against the walls, casting long shadows. I waited, listening. Then I heard it again, a slow dragging sound against the wooden walls of the cabin. I stood up and moved toward the window. The glass was dirty, streaked with grime, but I could make out something. A dark shape standing just beyond the tree line. It wasn't moving, just watching. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the chair near the fireplace, rifle in hand, staring at the window until the first light of dawn crept through the trees. When I finally worked up the nerve to go outside, there were footprints in the mud. Not animal tracks, human, but they weren't from boots. They were barefoot, deep prints pressed into the dirt as if someone had been standing there for hours. The scratches on the wall were fresh, deep marks running from the front of the cabin all the way to the back. I should have left then, packed my bags, walked the 5 miles back to the dirt road where my truck was parked, and never looked back. But I convinced myself it was nothing. Some drifter passing through, maybe a hunter, maybe some kid playing a prank. The next night, it got worse. The footsteps came back, but this time, they were closer. Whoever it was wasn't staying at the tree line anymore. They were walking right up to the windows. I could hear their breath against the glass, slow and steady. I could hear fingernails scraping against the wood. I could hear them whispering something, but I couldn't make out the words. I sat in the chair again, rifle in my lap, waiting for the sun. But this time, the sun didn't bring relief. When I opened the door in the morning, something was hanging from the porch. It was a deer, but it had been gutted, its insides spilling out onto the steps. Its eyes were gone, hollow sockets staring into nothing. The smell was overwhelming, thick and rotten. Flies buzzed around it in swarms. I stumbled back, gagging, my hands shaking. Someone had done this during the night, just feet away from where I had been sitting. Someone had been close enough to hear me breathing, close enough to kill an animal and string it up without making a sound. I grabbed my bag and shoved whatever I could into it. My flashlight, my knife, the last of my food. I was done. I was leaving. But as I stepped off the porch, I saw something that made my blood run cold. More footprints, dozens of them, surrounding the cabin, leading into the trees. Some were small, too small, and they all led in the same direction, toward the road, toward my truck. I ran. I didn't care how loud I was. I didn't care if they heard me. I sprinted through the woods, branches tearing at my clothes, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I saw the clearing where I had left my truck. It was gone. The ground where it had been parked was covered in deep ruts, the kind made by dragging something heavy. The trees around the clearing were carved with deep scratches, long, jagged lines cutting through the bark. I turned in circles, heart slamming against my ribs. I was alone, no way out. Then, from the trees, I heard it. A single word, whispered. My name. I ran. I don't remember how far I went. I don't remember how long I was out there, stumbling through the woods, blinded by panic. But at some point, I must have passed out, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up on the side of the road, a truck slowing down beside me. The driver was an old man, staring at me like I was a ghost. I must have looked like one, covered in dirt, my clothes torn, my hands shaking. He asked me what happened. I couldn't answer. I just climbed into the truck, and he took me into town. I never went back. The police searched the area. They found the cabin. They found the deer, but they never found my truck. They never found the footprints, and they never found whoever or whatever had been out there with me. The old man who owned the property didn't seem surprised. He just nodded when I told him what had happened. Should have left sooner, was all he said. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I do know one thing. I wasn't supposed to leave, and somehow I think they're still waiting for me to come back. I rented the cabin because I needed to get away. Life had been weighing on me in ways I couldn't explain. City noise, work stress, people, I was sick of it all. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Just packed a bag, booked a cabin online, and drove out into the woods. The listing described it as secluded, perfect for solitude. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive was long. Roads turned from pavement to gravel, then to dirt. Trees thickened on both sides, blocking out the sky. My GPS lost signal an hour before I arrived. The last few miles were slow, my tires skidding slightly in the mud from last night's rain. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees. It was a simple structure, wooden, one-story, with a slanted roof and a porch. A single window at the front. The paint was peeling, the porch steps creaked under my weight. The door was stiff but unlocked. Inside, it smelled of old wood and dust. There was a bed, a small table, a wood stove, and a kitchen with a rusting sink. No TV, no Wi-Fi, no cell service. Perfect. I dropped my bag on the bed and decided to check out the surroundings. There was no one for miles, just trees, endless and silent. I liked that. It was what I wanted. That first night, I sat on the porch with a beer, listening to the wind move through the branches. There was a calmness I hadn't felt in years. When it got too cold, I went inside, locked the door, and fell asleep almost instantly. I woke up at some point in the night. No reason, just a feeling. The cabin was silent. No wind, no creaks, just heavy, suffocating stillness. I stayed like that for a while, staring at the ceiling, listening. Eventually, I rolled over and forced myself back to sleep. Morning came and everything seemed normal. I made coffee on the stove, ate a granola bar, and decided to explore. There were trails behind the cabin leading deeper into the woods. I followed one for a while, stepping over roots, pushing branches out of my way. Then I found something strange. It was a clearing. Not natural, something about it felt deliberate. The ground was flattened, dirt disturbed like something had been dragged. In the center, a ring of stones, blackened as if from fire. Around the edges of the clearing, small wooden stakes jutted from the ground, each one topped with something dark. As I stepped closer, my stomach twisted. Bones. Animal, probably. Small, brittle, stripped clean. But something about it was wrong. The way they were placed, almost organized. Not scattered like a wild animal's meal. Placed. I didn't stay long. Walked back to the cabin, faster than before. The stillness that I had found comforting now felt heavy, like something pressing down on my chest. The rest of the day I stayed inside. Read a book, forced myself to eat. Told myself it was just some old campsite. But at the back of my mind, something itched. An unease I couldn't shake. That night I woke up again. Same feeling, like something was off. I listened. Wind, distant rustling. But then, beneath it, something else. A soft sound. Footsteps. Not an animal. They were slow, deliberate, moving outside the cabin. I held my breath. The footsteps circled once, twice, then stopped. Minutes passed. My heart pounded in my ears. I didn't move. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard them again, walking away, fading into the woods. I barely slept after that. Morning was a relief. I stepped onto the porch, eyes scanning the treeline. Nothing. No footprints in the mud. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe I was just on edge from the clearing. I decided I had enough of the woods. I packed my bag, threw it in the car, and turned the key. The engine sputtered but didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I checked under the hood, though I didn't know what I was looking for. Everything seemed fine, but the car wouldn't start. Panic crept in. The nearest town was miles away. No cell service. No way to call for help. I took a breath. I had enough food for a few days. Maybe the engine was just cold. I'd try again later. By afternoon, clouds rolled in, dark and heavy. Rain started slow, then turned into a downpour. The forest became a blur of shifting gray. The wind howled through the trees. I stayed inside, listening to the storm, trying not to think about last night. Then, in the middle of it all, a sound cut through the rain. A knock, soft, once, twice, then silence. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I waited. Minutes passed. Nothing. I forced myself to peek through the window. The rain distorted everything, but I saw no one. The trees swayed violently. Maybe a branch had hit the door. That's what I told myself. By nightfall, the rain had stopped, but the air was thick with mist. My car still wouldn't start. The thought of walking to town crossed my mind, but I knew the trails would be flooded. I had to wait. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound put me on edge. The wind, creaking wood, the occasional patter of water dripping from the trees. Then, around 3 a.m., something else. A slow, dragging sound came from the back of the cabin. Long, deliberate, a heavy weight pulled across the ground. I gripped the blanket, forcing myself not to move. The sound circled around to the front, stopped outside the door. Silence. Then the knob turned. Locked. Thank God I had locked it. Whoever or whatever it was stood there, waiting. I could hear breathing. Soft, shallow. Then, just like before, footsteps. Slow. Walking away. I stayed awake until sunrise. The second there was enough light, I grabbed my bag, shoved everything inside, and stepped outside. My car still wouldn't start. No choice left. I walked, hours, through mud, over roots. My legs ached. I didn't stop. Couldn't. When I finally reached the main road, I nearly collapsed. A truck passed, slowed when the driver saw me. He rolled down his window, concern on his face. "You okay?" he asked. I nodded, breathless, heart still hammering. "Car broke down," I managed. "Need a ride?" He let me in. I didn't look back at the trees, didn't say a word as he drove me to town. I never went back for my car, left it there. I called the rental company, told them where to find it, then blocked the number when they tried to ask questions. I still don't know who was out there, and I don't want to know. I should have never gone to that damn cabin. I thought it would be a peaceful getaway. A few days alone in the woods, away from the noise of the city. No distractions, no obligations, just me, a few books, and some fresh air. It seemed perfect. I rented the place online. The photos showed a small wooden cabin nestled between tall pine trees, right beside a lake. It looked quiet, isolated. Exactly what I needed. The listing mentioned no Wi-Fi, which was fine with me. I wanted the silence, the disconnect, just some time to clear my head. The drive was long. I left the city before sunrise, and the roads were empty. As I got further into the woods, the paved roads turned to dirt. The trees thickened, and cell service vanished. My GPS froze a few times before completely shutting off. Luckily, I had written down the directions. It was late afternoon when I arrived. The cabin looked exactly like the photos, maybe even better. The wood was aged but well maintained. A small porch wrapped around the front, with a rocking chair sitting in one corner. The lake was just a short walk away, still and dark, reflecting the heavy clouds overhead. Inside, it was simple but cozy. A fireplace, a worn-out couch, a tiny kitchen. One bedroom, one bathroom. A single window in the bedroom overlooked the trees. The air smelled of old wood and dust. It was silent, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards under my feet. I unpacked, stored my food in the tiny fridge, and sat on the porch for a while, listening. There were no distant sounds of cars, no voices, nothing but the wind through the trees and the occasional chirp of a bird. As the sun set, the temperature dropped. I decided to start a fire, stacking wood into the fireplace. The warmth filled the room, making it feel safe. I made a simple dinner, read for a bit, then decided to turn in early. I don't know what woke me up that night. Maybe it was instinct, maybe just a feeling. But my eyes opened, and I felt immediately alert. The room was dark except for the dim glow of the fireplace. My ears strained, listening. The wind had stopped. It was dead silent. Then I heard it. A noise, faint but definitely there. A rustling sound, just outside the cabin, like footsteps on dry leaves. I sat up slowly, my heart thudding. I told myself it was just an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon, but something felt wrong. I got out of bed as quietly as I could and moved to the window. The glass was cold against my fingertips as I pulled back the curtain slightly. The moon cast a pale light over the trees. I couldn't see anything. Then another sound, closer this time, a soft crunch like a foot pressing into the dirt. My breath caught in my throat. I told myself not to overthink it. It was probably just the wind shifting the leaves. I forced myself back to bed, staring at the ceiling, listening. Minutes passed, then an hour. Nothing. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the window. I shook off the night's unease and made coffee, stepping out onto the porch. The air was crisp, the lake smooth like glass. Everything looked normal, peaceful. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. Then I saw them, footprints, leading from the treeline to the cabin. Human footprints. My stomach dropped. I hadn't imagined the sounds last night. Someone had been out here, watching, listening. I checked the cabin's door, locked, just as I had left it. The windows, too. No signs of forced entry, but someone had been here, right outside. I spent the day trying to shake the feeling. I went for a walk, sat by the lake, tried to distract myself, but I kept thinking about the footprints. That night, I locked the door, checked the windows twice, and kept the fire burning. I lay in bed, listening. The footsteps came again. This time, they didn't stop outside. There was a soft creak on the porch. A pause. Then another creak. Slow, deliberate steps. I held my breath, my heart hammering. Then, a sound that turned my blood cold. The doorknob rattled. I sat up, barely breathing. The knob twisted, then stopped. Silence. Then, slow footsteps moving away, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep. I waited for the first light, then packed my bags. I didn't care if I had days left on the rental. I was leaving. As I loaded my car, I glanced back at the porch. There were smudges on the doorknob, greasy fingerprints, and in the dirt, fresh footprints. They hadn't gone back into the woods. They had gone around the cabin. I didn't stop to think. I got in my car and drove, fast. When I finally reached cell service, I called the rental company, told them everything. They sounded surprised, said no one else should have been out there. They promised to check it out. I never found out who it was. I don't want to. I never should have gone to that cabin alone. It wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Just a weekend away from the noise, the stress, the constant pull of responsibilities. My uncle had a place up in the mountains, an old hunting cabin that had been in our family for years. He didn't use it much anymore, and when I told him I wanted to get away for a bit, he was more than happy to let me have it for a few days. I packed light, some canned food, a flashlight, a hunting knife just in case, and enough firewood to last the weekend. The drive up was uneventful, the roads empty, the air crisp and cool. Felt good to be alone, away from everything. Just me and the quiet. The cabin itself was small, just a single room with a loft above, a wood stove in the corner, and a tiny kitchen area. It smelled like damp wood and old dust, but that didn't bother me. I swept out some dead leaves that had blown in through a crack in the door, then set up my sleeping bag near the stove. The first night was peaceful, just the sound of the wind moving through the trees and the occasional creak of the cabin settling. I fell asleep easily. The next morning, I woke up early and decided to go for a short hike. There was a trail that led up to a ridge with a great view of the valley below. I made some coffee on the small propane stove, ate a granola bar, and set off. The air was sharp, the kind of cold that wakes you up fast. The forest was quiet, just the occasional rustling in the underbrush. I saw deer tracks in the mud, a few old shotgun shells half buried near a fallen log. My uncle used to hunt up here, but from the looks of things, it had been a while since anyone else had come through. About a mile in, I got the feeling I was being watched. At first, I ignored it, probably just my mind playing tricks on me. But then I saw it. Footprints, fresh ones. They weren't mine, and they were too big to belong to a deer or a coyote. Human footprints. I stopped, listened. Nothing. Just whined through the trees. Maybe someone else had come up here? A hunter? Another hiker? But I hadn't seen another car parked near the trailhead. And the footprints, they weren't going in one direction. They were circling, like whoever had made them had been walking around the same area over and over again. I felt my stomach twist. Something wasn't right. I turned around and headed back to the cabin, walking fast but trying not to make it obvious that I was in a hurry. I told myself it was probably nothing, but my body didn't believe it. Every few steps, I glanced over my shoulder. I didn't see anyone. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door, sat down, took a deep breath. I wasn't scared, not yet, but I felt uneasy. That was the only way I could describe it, like something was just off. The rest of the day passed without anything strange happening. I made lunch, read a book, chopped some wood. By the time the sun started to set, I had convinced myself I was being paranoid. The footprints could have been old. The mountain could have more visitors than I realized. Then that night I heard something outside. It was just past midnight. The fire had burned low, and the cabin was almost completely dark. I was half asleep when I heard the noise, a soft crunch, like footsteps in the snow. Slow, careful. I held my breath. The sound stopped. Then, after a long pause, another crunch. Closer this time. I sat up as quietly as I could. My heart was hammering in my chest. I reached for the knife I had brought, my fingers tightening around the handle. Something was out there. I waited, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped. Then, after what felt like an eternity, I heard them moving away, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I had convinced myself it had been an animal. Maybe a deer, maybe even a bear. But when I went outside to check, I saw the footprints, human, and they led right up to my window. That was enough for me. I packed my things fast, threw everything into my backpack, and got ready to leave. But when I went to start my truck, It wouldn't turn over. The engine made a weak choking sound, then nothing. The hood was open. Someone had cut the wires. I felt sick. The nearest town was at least 10 miles away, and I had no way to call for help. No cell service, no radio. My only option was to walk, but I didn't know who or what was out there. I grabbed my knife and started walking, fast. I didn't look back. I just kept moving, my heart pounding. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched. A mile down the road, I heard something behind me, a branch snapping. I turned. Nothing, just trees, empty road. But I knew I wasn't alone. I ran. I ran until my legs ached, until my lungs burned. I didn't stop until I saw a car coming toward me, an old blue pickup. I ran straight into the road, waving my arms. The driver was an older man, a local from the nearest town. He saw the look on my face and didn't ask any questions. Just unlocked the door and let me in. I didn't tell him everything. I just said my truck had broken down, that I needed to get to town. He nodded and drove. As we got closer to town, he glanced at me. "You were up at the old hunting cabin?" I nodded. He was quiet for a moment, then said, "You're lucky." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want to know. I was never the type to believe in bad omens. People talk about gut feelings, about the sense of something being off. I always dismissed that as paranoia, the way the mind tries to create patterns where there are none. But that trip to the cabin in the woods changed the way I look at things. It started as a simple getaway. Life had been stressful. Work, bills, a breakup that left me feeling hollow. I wanted to be alone to clear my head. A few days in the quiet, surrounded by nature, sounded perfect. I found a listing for a small cabin deep in the mountains, about a 4-hour drive from the city. No neighbors, no cell service, just me and the woods. The drive was uneventful. I left early in the morning, the roads empty except for the occasional passing truck. The farther I went, the more the landscape changed. The buildings disappeared, replaced by endless stretches of trees. The road turned from pavement to gravel, winding deeper into the forest. The listing had mentioned the isolation, and I had been looking forward to it. When I arrived, the cabin looked exactly as it had in the photos, small, simple, weathered but sturdy. A front porch, a single door, 2 windows. The kind of place that had probably been built decades ago and hadn't changed much since. I parked, grabbed my bags, and stepped inside. The air smelled of wood and dust. The furniture was basic. A couch, a wooden table, a small kitchen with an old refrigerator. There was a single bedroom with a stiff mattress and a thin blanket. I didn't mind. I wasn't here for comfort. I was here for quiet. The first night was uneventful. I cooked a simple meal, sat on the porch for a while, listened to the wind moving through the trees. The stars were brighter than I had ever seen. It was peaceful in a way I hadn't expected. Then things started to change. The second night, I woke up to a sound outside. Not an animal, not the wind, something deliberate. Slow footsteps moving around the cabin. I held my breath, listening. The steps circled the cabin once, then stopped. I waited, heart pounding, but heard nothing else. I told myself it was just my imagination, the way the mind plays tricks in the dark. The next morning, I checked outside. There were no footprints. The ground was undisturbed. I convinced myself I had been dreaming. But that night, the sounds returned. This time, they were closer. The footsteps moved to the porch. A slow creak as weight pressed against the wooden boards. Then silence. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Minutes passed. Then, a soft scratching at the door. Not knocking, scratching, like something testing the surface. I grabbed the knife from the kitchen and stood in the dark, waiting. The scratching stopped. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At dawn, I checked the porch. Nothing. No marks, no prints. But I knew what I had heard. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to cut my trip short. I packed up quickly, stuffing my things into my bag, eager to leave. But when I tried to start my car, nothing happened. The engine wouldn't turn over. The battery was dead. I hadn't left the lights on. I hadn't used the car since arriving. There was no reason for the battery to be dead. Panic started to creep in, but I forced it down. I had seen a dirt road branching off the main one about a mile back. Maybe it led to another cabin, someone with a phone, someone who could help. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed it with water and food, and started walking. The woods were silent, too silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my own footsteps. I walked for an hour, then two. The road I had seen wasn't there. I was sure I had passed it by now. I turned back, heart pounding. I walked faster, then I saw it. My cabin. I was sure I had been walking in a straight line, yet somehow I was back where I started. The car sat in the same spot. The porch looked undisturbed. It didn't make sense. I stepped inside, locking the door behind me. My breathing was shaky. I tried to calm down, to think logically. Maybe I had gotten turned around. Maybe I had panicked and walked in circles. Then I saw my backpack, sitting on the kitchen table. The backpack I had taken with me, the one I had carried for miles. It was right there, like I had never left. My stomach dropped. My hands started to shake. I ran back outside, got into my car, turned the key out of desperation. The engine roared to life. I didn't question it. I didn't stop. I threw the car into reverse, kicked up gravel, and sped down the road, not caring if I wrecked the suspension. I just needed to get away. I didn't slow down until I saw the first sign of civilization, an old gas station miles down the highway. I pulled in, shaking, barely able to breathe. The attendant must have seen the look on my face because he asked if I was okay. I told him I had just come from the woods, from a cabin up the mountain. He stared at me for a long time before shaking his head. "There's no cabins up there," he said. "Not for years." I didn't respond. I didn't argue. I just filled my tank, got back in my car, and drove. I never looked back. I don't know why I said yes. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was the need to get away from my life for a little while. Maybe I was just stupid. Either way, when my coworker offered me his family's hunting cabin for the weekend, I agreed without much thought. He told me it was deep in the woods, isolated with no cell reception. "Perfect if you want to clear your head," he said. That's exactly what I needed. A place to sit in silence, drink, and forget the mess I'd made of my life. The drive was long. 5 hours of highways that slowly turned into back roads, then dirt paths. My car rattled over the rough terrain as I followed the barely visible tire tracks leading into the forest. It was early evening when I arrived. The cabin was small, old, and simple. A single story with weathered wooden walls and a tin roof. A porch wrapped around the front, and an old rocking chair sat beside the door. Inside, it smelled like damp wood and dust. There was a tiny kitchen, a living area with a couch and an old fireplace, and a single bedroom with a creaky bed. No electricity, no plumbing, just a gas lantern and a pump for water outside. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it would do. I spent the first hour settling in, gathering firewood, checking the area. The nearest neighbor, my coworker had told me, was miles away. No roads, no trails, just trees in every direction. Absolute silence. The only sounds were my footsteps, the occasional rustle of leaves, and the distant call of an owl. The first night was fine, cold but manageable. The fire kept the cabin warm, and I fell asleep quickly. It wasn't until the second night that things started to feel off. It was small things at first. The way the trees seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. A strange silence that settled over the woods as the sun went down, like even the animals were holding their breath. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Being alone in the middle of nowhere does strange things to the mind. Then I found the footprints. I had woken up early, just as the sun was rising. Stepping outside to take a piss, I noticed them in the dirt, several sets of footprints leading up to the cabin. But they weren't mine. They were fresh. Too fresh. I hadn't heard anything during the night. No voices, no footsteps, nothing. My first thought was that maybe some hunters had passed through, but the tracks didn't lead away. They stopped right at the cabin, right at my door. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. I checked the cabin, looking for any sign that someone had been inside, but nothing was missing. Everything was exactly how I left it. I told myself it was probably just paranoia. Maybe the tracks had been there when I arrived, and I hadn't noticed them. Maybe they were mine, and I just didn't recognize them in the morning light. That night, I locked the door. I barely slept. Every creak of the old wooden walls made my heart pound. Every gust of wind outside made me flinch. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. Then, sometime in the middle of the night, I heard it. Breathing. Slow. Heavy. Just outside the window. I held my breath, listening. The fire had burned down low, casting long shadows across the room. I was too scared to move. Then came the sound of something brushing against the wall. Something deliberate. Fingertips, maybe, or the edge of a sleeve dragging along the wood. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, listening. The breathing continued, slow and steady. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Morning came and there were more footprints, this time circling the cabin. I knew then that I wasn't alone. Someone was out there watching me, testing me, seeing how I'd react. I wanted to leave, but my car was parked 100 yards away, through thick trees. If someone was out there, waiting, I'd be exposed the moment I stepped outside. I waited until midday. The sun was high, and the forest felt less menacing. I gathered my things, shoving them into my bag as quickly as I could. I stepped outside, scanning the trees. Nothing, just the wind rustling the branches. I made it to the car. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with the keys. Then I saw it, a figure, just at the edge of the trees, too far to make out details, but close enough that I knew it was watching me. Standing still, unmoving, my heart pounded as I yanked the door open and jumped inside. I started the car, throwing it into reverse, gravel kicking up as I tore out of there. I didn't look back. I drove straight home, locked every door, every window. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I called my coworker, told him someone had been near the cabin. He sounded confused, said no one should have been out there. Then he laughed like I was joking, but I wasn't. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted, but I know they were watching me. And I know if I hadn't left when I did, they would have done more than just watch. I remember the first time I saw the cabin, how small it looked in the middle of all those tall pines. The roof sagged slightly, the wood dark and damp from years of rain and snow. The windows were smudged, barely reflecting the overcast sky. It was exactly what I needed. Quiet, isolated, a place to get away from the world. That was the whole point. I had spent too much time drowning in city noise, in the weight of too many people packed together. Out here, there was nothing but trees and sky and the sound of the wind scraping through the branches. The drive up had been rough. The dirt road twisted through the forest, deep potholes jarring my truck so hard I thought the suspension might give out. I hadn't seen another car for nearly an hour before I arrived, which made sense, considering how far out the cabin was. That was what I wanted. I kept telling myself that. The first day passed easily enough. I unpacked, stacking canned food and bottled water on the old wooden shelves. The power worked, but it flickered sometimes, and the water had a metallic taste. Still, I wasn't complaining. It was better than nothing. I spent the rest of the day cutting wood, stocking up a pile next to the cabin. By nightfall, I was sore, but I felt good, accomplished. I built a fire, cooked some food, and sat in the dim light, listening to the sounds of the woods. That night, I woke up to a noise outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, a rhythmic creaking, like something swaying back and forth. It took me a few seconds to place the sound. The front porch, the old wooden boards groaned under weight, like someone shifting their stance. I sat up in bed, holding my breath, listening. Silence. Then, another creak. I slid out of bed as quietly as I could. My heart pounded in my chest, but I told myself it was probably nothing. An animal, maybe, a raccoon or a deer, but I still grabbed the old hunting knife I had left on the nightstand, just in case. The cabin had no curtains. I had been meaning to put something up, but I hadn't gotten around to it yet. As I moved toward the front door, I stayed low, keeping out of sight of the windows. The fire had burned down to embers, casting long shadows along the walls. I reached the door and pressed my ear against the wood. Silence. I stayed there for a while, listening. Nothing, just the wind whispering through the trees. Finally, I stepped back. Probably just my imagination. I told myself that over and over. But even after I went back to bed, I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I found footprints on the porch. Not animal tracks. Shoes, boots maybe. They led from the steps to the door, stopping right in front of it, then turning around and going back into the woods. I stood there, staring down at them, my breath curling in the cold morning air. Someone had been out here last night. Someone had walked right up to my door, stood there, and then left. The road leading to the cabin wasn't well traveled. I hadn't passed a single other car on the way in, and I had locked the gate at the start of the driveway. It was an old padlock, rusted but strong. No way someone just happened to wander in by accident. They had to have come here on purpose. I told myself it could be a hunter someone lost, but deep down I knew that didn't make sense. Why wouldn't they knock? Why wouldn't they call out for help? I spent the rest of the day on edge. I chopped more wood, checked the lock on the door 3 times, and kept looking toward the trees, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching. But I never did. That night, I stayed up late, keeping the fire burning. I kept my knife close, listening for anything out of place. For a long time, there was nothing. Then, in the middle of the night, I heard it again. A creak on the porch. I froze. My grip tightened on the knife. The sound came again, slow and deliberate. Someone was out there, standing right on the other side of the door. I moved as quietly as I could, crouching near the window. The fire was low, but it still cast enough light to see. I looked out, but all I could see was darkness. The porch light barely reached beyond the railing, and the woods beyond were pitch black. Then a shadow moved, a shape just at the edge of the light, a figure standing still just beyond the porch. My pulse slammed in my ears. I couldn't make out a face, but they were tall, just standing there, watching. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me crouched by the window, them standing in the dark. Then, after what felt like forever, they turned and disappeared into the trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I had made up my mind. I needed to leave. Whatever this was, it wasn't random. Someone was out here, messing with me, watching me. I wasn't about to wait around and see what happened next. I packed fast, shoving clothes and supplies into my bag. I stepped outside and froze. More footprints, dozens of them, leading up to the porch, circling around the cabin. They had been all around me, moving in the night while I sat inside, unaware. I locked the door behind me and started toward my truck. The woods were silent, too silent. I had never noticed before how quiet it got in the mornings. No birds, no wind, just stillness. I got in the truck and turned the key. The engine sputtered but didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Panic rose in my throat. I popped the hood and got out. As soon as I looked inside, I knew. The engine had been messed with. Wires cut, something torn out. Deliberate. That was when I heard it. A sound from the trees. A soft rustling. Someone moving. I turned fast, scanning the woods, but I saw nothing. I wasn't waiting around. I grabbed my bag, my knife, and started walking. The road was miles long, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away. I walked fast, almost running. The feeling of being watched never left me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I expected to see someone following. I never did, but I knew they were there. After what felt like hours, I reached the main road. It wasn't much, just a 2-lane highway cutting through the trees. I stood there, catching my breath, looking both ways. Then, in the distance, I saw a truck coming. I waved it down. The driver was an older guy, wearing a flannel and a baseball cap. He rolled down his window, looking me over. "You all right?" I nodded, swallowing hard. "Truck broke down," I managed. "Need a ride?" He hesitated, then gestured to the passenger seat. Climbed in. As we pulled away, I looked back one last time. The woods were still, the road empty, but deep in the trees, just at the edge of the shadows, I swore I saw movement. Someone standing there, watching as I left. I never went back. I was never the kind of person to believe in fate or bad luck, but after what happened at that cabin, I don't know what else to call it. It started with a simple plan, just a quiet getaway. No work, no responsibilities, no distractions. I needed it. Life had been getting to me, grinding me down. My job was a mess. My apartment felt like a prison, and I just wanted to be somewhere still, somewhere away from people, noise, and expectations. I found the cabin online. It was cheap, isolated, and had everything I needed. The listing made it sound perfect. A peaceful retreat deep in the woods, with stunning lake views and miles of untouched wilderness. The pictures showed a rustic little place with a wraparound porch, a wood-burning stove, and a dock leading straight into a glassy lake. It seemed like paradise. The owner even mentioned that the nearest town was about 40 miles away, which was exactly what I wanted. The drive there was long, and the roads turned from paved to gravel to nothing but dirt. My GPS lost service an hour before I arrived, and by the time I saw the cabin, the sun was starting to dip below the trees. It looked just like the pictures, maybe even better. The lake stretched out in front of it, still and perfect, reflecting the thick tree line that surrounded it. No other cabins, no boats, no sounds besides the wind and the occasional call of a bird. It was exactly what I needed. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and stepped onto the porch. The wooden boards creaked under my feet. I found the key under a loose rock by the door, just like the owner had said in their last message before I lost service. The inside was simple, wood-paneled walls, a couch that looked older than me, a small kitchen, a single bedroom, and a bathroom with a shower. No TV, no Wi-Fi, just a small radio sitting on the counter. The windows faced the lake, and I stood there for a while, just watching the water. That first night was peaceful. I made a simple dinner, drank a couple of beers, and sat on the porch, listening to the sounds of the forest. The stars were unreal out here, brighter than I had ever seen. When I finally went to bed, I felt lighter than I had in years. The next morning, I woke early, made coffee, and sat outside. The lake was so still that it almost looked frozen. I decided to explore a little, so I followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the woods. The air was crisp, and the scent of pine was strong. I walked for a while, just enjoying the quiet. It was only when I started to head back that I noticed something strange. There were footprints on the trail. Not mine. These were fresh, leading in the same direction I was walking. They weren't there when I left the cabin. I was sure of it. But now, there they were, deep impressions in the dirt, the kind made by heavy boots. I stopped and listened. Nothing, just the wind in the trees. I told myself it was probably just a hiker, maybe a hunter. It wasn't my land, after all, but it still felt wrong. I walked back faster than before, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. By the time I reached the cabin, I felt a little stupid for being so paranoid. I made breakfast, read for a while, and eventually convinced myself I was overthinking things. But then, later that afternoon, I saw something else. I was on the porch watching the lake again, when I noticed movement near the tree line on the other side. A figure standing just between the trees, too far away to make out any details, but definitely a person. They weren't walking, weren't moving, just standing there, facing the cabin. A chill ran through me. I tried to convince myself it was just another hiker, but why would they be standing there, watching? I raised my hand in a half wave, a silent acknowledgement, but they didn't respond. They didn't move at all. I went inside, locked the door, told myself I was being ridiculous. After all, they were across the lake. They couldn't get to me unless they had a boat, and I hadn't seen one anywhere. Still, I kept glancing out the window, expecting to see them again, but when I looked, they were gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little sound put me on edge. The wind against the cabin, the creak of the old wood, the occasional splash of something in the water. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, but when I looked, there was nothing, just darkness and trees. The next morning, I decided I had had enough. Maybe I was overreacting, but something felt wrong, and I wasn't about to ignore it. I packed my things, loaded my car, and was about to get in when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Footprints, leading from the tree-line to my porch. The same heavy boot prints I had seen on the trail. Someone had been here. I didn't hesitate. I got in my car, started the engine, and sped down that dirt road without looking back. My hands were shaking on the wheel, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main road, until I was miles away from that place. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I do know one thing: I wasn't alone at that cabin. And I don't think I was supposed to leave. I don't know why I agreed to this trip. Maybe I felt like I needed a break from the city, from the noise, from the way the walls of my apartment felt like they were closing in. Maybe I wanted to prove something to myself, that I could handle being alone in the woods for a few days. Either way, I regretted it almost immediately. The drive up was long, the roads winding through thick forest, the trees leaning in so close they blocked out the sky. I lost cell service an hour before I even reached the cabin. That was expected, but it still left me feeling cut off. The cabin itself was old, sitting at the edge of a narrow dirt path that looked like it hadn't been used in years. It was smaller than I thought it would be. Just one floor, a single bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a living area with a fireplace that smelled like old ashes. I brought enough supplies to last me the week. Canned food, bottled water, a camping stove just in case the old gas range didn't work. I had a lantern, extra batteries, a first aid kit, and a hunting knife that I didn't really know how to use but brought anyway. I wasn't trying to be stupid about this. I planned ahead. The first night was quiet. Too quiet. In the city, there's always noise, cars, sirens, people talking in the street. Here, there was nothing but the occasional creak of the trees shifting in the wind. I lay in bed, listening to the silence, feeling my heartbeat thump in my ears. Then, just as I started to doze off, I heard something outside. A branch breaking. I told myself it was an animal. A deer, maybe, or a raccoon digging through the brush. It was nothing. I rolled over, pulled the blanket tighter around me, and forced myself to sleep. The second day, I went out to explore a little. The woods were thick, the ground uneven, covered in layers of dead leaves and fallen branches. I followed a small stream for a while, hoping I'd find something interesting, a waterfall, maybe, or a clearing with a nice view. Instead, I found footprints. They weren't mine. Too big, too deep, like whoever made them had been carrying something heavy. They led in a straight line through the trees, disappearing into the undergrowth. I stood there for a long time, staring at them, my skin crawling. It wasn't impossible that someone else had been through here recently. Hikers, hunters. But there was something about the way the prints looked that unsettled me. Like whoever made them wasn't just passing through. Like they had a purpose. I turned back. That night, I locked the cabin door. I checked it twice. Then I closed the curtains, even though I wasn't sure why. I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid. Just because I found some footprints didn't mean anything was wrong. But that feeling wouldn't go away. That itch in the back of my skull telling me something was off. I woke up to the sound of breathing. Took me a second to realize it wasn't mine. It was deep, slow, coming from just outside the window. I didn't move. I barely even breathed. My heart pounded so hard I thought whoever was out there would hear it. I wanted to sit up, to grab the knife I kept next to the bed, but I was afraid that if I moved, they'd know I was awake. I stayed like that for what felt like forever until the breathing stopped, until the sun started to rise and the faint light of morning crept through the curtains. Only then did I force myself to move. I got up, heart hammering, and walked to the window. The ground outside was disturbed. The dirt was scuffed, as if someone had been standing there for a long time, watching. I told myself I was leaving, right then and there. I didn't care if it was just my imagination, if I was overreacting. I wasn't going to spend another night here. I packed my things in record time, stuffing everything into my bag without bothering to organize it. Then I grabbed my keys and stepped outside. My car was gone. I stood there, staring at the empty space where it had been. I knew I had parked it right there, directly in front of the cabin. I knew it, but now there was nothing but tire tracks leading back down the dirt path. My stomach dropped. My legs felt weak. Someone had been here. Someone had taken my car. I turned back toward the cabin, every nerve in my body screaming. The door was still open from when I'd rushed out, my bags still sitting on the porch. I scanned the tree line, looking for any sign of movement. Nothing. I didn't know what to do. I had no phone, no way to call for help. The nearest town was miles away, and I had no idea if I could even find my way back without getting lost. My only option was to wait, to hope that maybe whoever took my car had just moved it down the road, that they'd come back. But they didn't. Night came and I was still alone. I locked myself inside the cabin, barricading the door with a chair. I kept the knife in my hand, my pulse thundering in my ears. Every sound made me flinch. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside. I didn't sleep. Sometime in the early hours of the morning, I heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. They stopped right outside the door. Then the doorknob turned. The chair held. The door didn't open, but they didn't leave. They just stood there, waiting. I don't know how long it lasted. Hours, maybe. The longest night of my life. When the sun finally rose, I inched toward the window, barely daring to peek outside. The porch was empty, but the footprints were still there, deep, sunken into the wood, proof that I hadn't imagined it. I had to leave. I grabbed my supplies, my knife, anything I thought I could use, and I ran. I didn't care if I didn't know the way. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the cabin was nothing but a distant nightmare. It took me hours to reach the main road. I must have looked like a lunatic, waving down the first car I saw, babbling about the cabin, about what had happened. The man who picked me up didn't believe me. He just nodded along, said he'd take me to the sheriff's station. When we got there, they asked me for details. I told them everything. They sent a deputy out to check the cabin. They found it exactly as I left it, but there were no footprints, no sign that anyone had been there but me. And my car? They found it in the town's parking lot, keys still in the ignition. I don't know who took it. I don't know who was out there in the woods watching me, breathing outside my window. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never go back. I never liked the idea of staying in a cabin, but I needed to get away. City life had worn me down. Too much noise, too many people, and not enough space to think. So when my friend Mark told me about his uncle's cabin deep in the woods, I figured it was exactly what I needed. A week alone, no distractions, just me and nature. It sounded perfect. The drive took longer than I expected. The roads turned from pavement to gravel, then to dirt, winding through miles of thick forest. My cell service had died halfway there, leaving me completely cut off. When I finally arrived, the cabin was smaller than I imagined. A simple, one-room structure with a small porch and a chimney. It looked old, but sturdy. The only other building was a shed off to the side, its door slightly open. I unloaded my supplies, canned food, bottled water, my sleeping bag. There was no electricity, no running water. Just a wood-burning stove, an old cot, and a small table with a single chair. A lantern hung from a hook on the wall, and a stack of firewood sat by the stove. It was late afternoon when I decided to take a walk. The trees were thick, their trunks stretching high, their branches tangled together overhead. The air smelled like pine and damp earth. I followed a narrow trail deeper into the woods, but after a while, I realized I wasn't sure which way I had come from. I turned back, trying to retrace my steps. It took me almost an hour to find my way back. By the time I saw the cabin, the sun was already dipping below the trees. That uneasy feeling started creeping in. Being alone in the woods sounded peaceful in theory, but in reality, it felt different. It felt like the trees were watching me, like the silence was pressing down on me. That night, I sat by the fire, eating a can of cold beans. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows. I tried to shake the feeling that something was off, but it stuck with me. I told myself I was just adjusting, that it would feel better in the morning. I barely slept. Every sound outside made me jolt awake. Branches cracking, leaves rustling. I told myself it was just the wind, just the forest settling. The next day, I decided to check out the shed. The door was still slightly open, creaking as I pushed it wider. Inside, there wasn't much. A rusted axe leaned against the wall, a pile of firewood stacked in the corner, a few tools old and worn, but something felt off. The dirt floor had been disturbed, like someone had been digging. My stomach turned as I stepped closer. The ground was uneven, loose in places. I left the shed, locking the door behind me. I told myself I was imagining things, but the feeling wouldn't go away. The third night was the worst. I woke up suddenly, my heart pounding. The wind had stopped. The woods were silent, too silent. Then I heard it, a slow, steady crunching sound. Footsteps, not an animal, something heavier. I held my breath, gripping my pocket knife. The footsteps circled the cabin, moving closer, then stopping right outside the door. I sat frozen, listening. Then nothing, just silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun finally rose, I packed my things. I didn't care if my week wasn't up. I wasn't staying another night. As I loaded my bag into the car, I glanced toward the shed. The door was open again, wide open. I knew I had locked it. I didn't check. I didn't want to know. I got in my car, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. I never told Mark what happened. I never told anyone. But I know what I heard, and I know I wasn't alone out there. I don't know why I agreed to it in the first place. Maybe it was the idea of solitude, the need to get away from everything. Life had been a mess, and I figured spending a week in a remote cabin, away from people, away from stress, would help clear my mind. It was an old place I had found listed online, deep in the woods, far from any town. The pictures showed a small wooden cabin, simple but sturdy, sitting near a lake. It seemed perfect. The drive took me longer than expected. The last 20 miles were nothing but a dirt road, barely wide enough for my truck. Trees lined both sides, thick and endless. I didn't pass a single car. There were no signs, no houses, just trees. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked just like the pictures, maybe even better. It had a small porch, a single window facing the front, and a door that looked like it had seen better days. Inside, it was simple. A kitchen area with a small stove and an old fridge. A living room with a couch and a wood-burning stove for heat. A bedroom with a single bed and a window that looked out into the trees. The bathroom was small, but it had running water. Everything smelled like wood and dust. I unpacked my bags, set up my things, and spent the rest of the evening walking around the area. The lake was calm, its surface like glass. The air smelled fresh, clean. The only sounds were the rustling trees and the occasional call of a bird. Felt peaceful. That night, I lay in bed, listening to the wind outside. It wasn't completely silent. Wood creaked as the cabin settled, and I could hear the occasional movement of animals outside. But it was natural. It was nothing to worry about. I told myself this over and over as I drifted off to sleep. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure why. Then I heard it, a soft, shuffling noise, faint but distinct. It was coming from outside. I sat up in bed, straining to hear. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't an animal. It sounded deliberate, like footsteps, slow, careful. I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe a deer passing by, maybe a raccoon rummaging through the firewood pile. I stayed still, barely breathing, listening. The noise stopped. The silence stretched on. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination. The woods were full of sounds, and I wasn't used to them. I lay back down and forced myself to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and looked around. Nothing seemed out of place. The ground was covered in leaves and pine needles. No clear footprints. I told myself I was being paranoid. The second night, I woke up again. The same sound. Slow, deliberate footsteps. This time, they were closer. I didn't move. I just listened. My heart pounded in my chest. Then silence. Long, heavy silence. I stayed awake for hours, listening. I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, the exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep. The third night was worse. The sound started earlier, just after midnight. It wasn't just footsteps this time. There was a soft scraping noise, like something being dragged across the wooden porch. Then the sound of something tapping, light, rhythmic. My stomach twisted. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then it stopped. Just like that. I waited. Nothing. I told myself not to look outside. Whatever it was, I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to know. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. The wooden chair I had left on the porch was moved. It had been dragged several feet from where it had been. But that wasn't the worst part. There were scratches on the wood. Long, deep gouges like something had been scraped against it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe an animal had done it. A bear, a mountain lion. But it didn't make sense. That night, I locked the doors. I closed the curtains. I sat awake with my flashlight in hand, listening. Around 2 a.m., the sounds came back. This time, they were different. A slow, deep breathing sound, right outside the bedroom window. My blood ran cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. Then the doorknob rattled. I grabbed the knife from my backpack, my heart slamming in my chest. The rattling stopped. The breathing stopped. Silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat awake until the sun rose. The moment daylight hit, I packed my things. I didn't care about my plan to stay a full week. I wasn't spending another night in that cabin. As I loaded my bags into the truck, I felt something, a presence. I turned slowly. The woods were empty. The trees stood still. But I knew I wasn't alone. I got in the truck, started the engine, and drove. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles away. I never found out who or what had been outside my cabin those nights. But I knew one thing for sure. I was never going back. I don't know why I agreed to it. Maybe I wanted to prove something to myself. Maybe I just wanted to get away from everything. Either way, I ended up alone in that damn cabin. And I wish I never had. It was my uncle's place, deep in the woods, far from town. A hunting cabin, more of a shack, really. One room, a wood stove, a cot, and barely enough insulation to keep out the cold. He used to come up here every winter, always bragging about how peaceful it was, how much he loved the isolation. I never understood it. Being alone in the middle of nowhere never sounded peaceful to me. It sounded like a bad idea. But after everything that had happened in my life, I figured a weekend away wouldn't hurt. A break from people, from noise, from everything. The drive up was long. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road, barely wide enough for my truck. Trees pressed in on both sides, their bare branches clawing at the sky. The sun was setting when I finally reached the cabin. It was exactly how I remembered, small, weathered, like it had been standing there for 100 years. The woods stretched endlessly behind it, dark and silent. I felt uneasy, but I pushed it down. It was just a weekend, couple of nights. Then I'd be back home. Inside, it smelled like old wood and dust. There was a stack of firewood in the corner, an old rifle mounted above the door, and a single lantern on the table. No electricity, no running water. Just me, the cabin, and the woods. I set my bag down and lit the lantern, the dim glow casting shadows along the walls. It was colder inside than I expected. I threw some logs into the stove, struck a match, and watched as the flames caught. The warmth spread slowly, but the feeling of unease didn't fade. I told myself I was being paranoid. I was in a strange place, alone. My mind was just playing tricks on me. But that night, I barely slept. Every noise outside made me sit up, heart pounding. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling. The wind howled through the trees, and I swore I heard something moving around the cabin. Probably just animals. Maybe a deer, maybe a raccoon. That's what I told myself. The next morning, I stepped outside and saw tracks in the dirt. Too big for an animal, too narrow to be from boots. I crouched down, touching the indentations. Fresh. Someone had been here, watching. My stomach twisted, but I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe a hunter passing through. Maybe just someone lost. I looked around, but the woods were empty, silent. I told myself it didn't matter. I was armed. I had the rifle. I'd be fine. But as the day passed, the feeling got worse. I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. Every time I stepped outside, I felt eyes on me. The trees seemed closer, the woods darker. I tried to distract myself, chopping firewood, making coffee on the old stove. But my mind wouldn't let it go. The tracks, the noises, the feeling in my gut that told me something was wrong. That night, I locked the door and kept the rifle close. The fire crackled, the wind howled, and then footsteps, slow, careful, moving around the cabin. My throat went dry. I held my breath, gripping the rifle so tight my knuckles turned white. I waited, listening. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. Then silence. I don't know how long I sat there, heart pounding, staring at the door. Minutes, hours. I didn't move until the fire burned low, until the cold crept back in. I wanted to believe it was nothing, but I knew better. Someone had been out there. Someone had stood just feet away from me, listening, waiting. Morning came slow, dragging the night away with it. I stepped outside, rifle in hand, and checked the ground. More tracks, clearer this time. They circled the cabin, stopping at the door, then disappearing into the trees. My stomach dropped. Whoever it was, they weren't lost. They weren't just passing through. They had been watching me, testing me. I needed to leave. I packed my bag, grabbed the rifle, and locked the cabin behind me. The truck sat where I left it, covered in a thin layer of frost. I climbed in, turned the key. Nothing. The engine didn't even try to turn over. My breath came fast. I turned the key again, pumping the gas. Nothing. I popped the hood, stepped out, and lifted it. The battery cables were gone, cut clean. Someone had done this on purpose. Someone didn't want me leaving. I stood there, breath fogging in the cold air, trying to think. The nearest road was miles away. My phone had no signal. I had two choices: stay in the cabin and wait for help that might never come, or start walking. I chose to walk. The sun was already low. I had maybe 2 hours of daylight left. I grabbed my bag, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and started down the dirt road. Every step felt heavier. The silence pressed in. The trees felt closer. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing there, watching. I walked for an hour before I heard it. Footsteps. Behind me, distant but steady. I didn't look back. I kept walking, faster now, my hands clenched around the rifle strap. The footsteps followed, gaining, closing the distance. I swallowed hard, my heart hammering. Then the crunch of leaves, closer now. Too close. I spun around, raising the rifle. Nothing. The road was empty. The woods, silent. I stood there, breathing hard, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. But I knew I wasn't. Someone was out there. Someone was following me. I turned back, started walking faster. The sky was darkening, the cold biting deeper. My legs ached, but I didn't stop. Couldn't. I had to keep moving, had to get out. Then I saw it, a shape standing in the road ahead. Tall, still, waiting. My breath caught. My fingers tightened on the rifle. The figure didn't move, just stood there, blocking the road. I took a step back. The figure took a step forward. I raised the rifle, my hands shaking. "Stay back," I said, my voice hoarse. The figure didn't react, didn't speak, just stood there watching me. Then, slowly, it stepped off the road, disappearing into the trees. I didn't wait. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs screamed. The road blurred beneath me, the trees a tunnel of black. Then headlights, a truck coming down the road. I stumbled into the middle of the road, waving my arms. The truck skidded to a stop. The driver, a man in his 60s, face lined with worry, threw the door open. "What the hell are you doing out here?" I gasped for breath, trying to speak. He helped me into the truck, turned the heat on, and started driving. I looked back once, just once, and in the fading light, standing at the edge of the trees, I saw the figure watching us go. I never went back to that cabin. I never asked my uncle about it. I didn't want to know, and I still don't. I don't remember exactly when the feeling started, but I know it was there long before I had the sense to acknowledge it. Something was wrong with that place. I should have left the moment I felt it, but I didn't. I stayed, and that was my mistake. The cabin was supposed to be a getaway, a retreat from the stress of work and the noise of the city. It belonged to a friend of a friend, someone I had never met, but they were kind enough to let me use it for the weekend. It was deep in the woods, far from anyone or anything, the kind of isolation I thought I needed. I drove up on a Friday afternoon, the sun hanging low in the sky, stretching the trees into long, thin shadows that seemed to claw at the road. It was a simple place, one bedroom, a small kitchen, and a living area with a fireplace. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no distractions. Just me, a few books, and a weekend of silence. I unpacked my bag, set my phone on the counter, knowing it would be useless out here, and started a fire in the old stone fireplace. The air inside had been cold, stale, like it hadn't been lived in for years, though I knew that wasn't the case. That first night was quiet, too quiet. I thought I would enjoy the peace, but it was the kind of silence that felt unnatural, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. I tried to sleep, but every sound, the wind through the trees, the creak of the cabin settling, felt amplified, like something was moving just beyond my sight. I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just my mind playing tricks on me. But that didn't explain the feeling in my gut, that deep, instinctual sense that something wasn't right. The next morning, I woke to find the front door unlocked. I was sure I had locked it before bed. Absolutely sure. But it was standing slightly open, letting in the cold morning air. My first thought was that I had been careless, that maybe I had been too tired when I arrived and forgot to turn the lock. But as I stood there, staring at the door, I felt it again. That gnawing unease, the quiet certainty that something was wrong. I spent the day trying to shake the feeling. I read, I walked through the woods, I even chopped some firewood just to keep myself busy. But every time I stopped, I felt it creeping back in, that overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I started noticing little things, subtle, almost insignificant, but enough to unsettle me. My bag had been moved slightly. The book I had left on the arm of the couch was now on the floor. The firewood I had stacked outside looked disturbed, like someone had sifted through it. Each time I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had moved the book without thinking. Maybe an animal had knocked over the wood. Maybe I was just being paranoid. That night, the feeling of being watched became unbearable. I kept turning around, expecting to see someone standing behind me. The shadows seemed deeper, the dark corners of the cabin more menacing. I forced myself to go to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there in the silence, heart pounding, every nerve in my body on edge. Then I heard it, a soft sound, barely audible over the crackling of the fire, a shuffling noise just outside the cabin. Not an animal, something heavier, something deliberate. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to listen. The sound moved around the cabin, slow, methodical. My mind raced. Was it a person? A bear? The footsteps stopped by the front door. Then, after a long pause, I heard the handle rattle. I froze. My body screamed at me to move, to do something, but I couldn't. I just lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, every muscle locked in place. The handle rattled again, harder this time, like someone was testing it. I waited for the door to swing open, for the intruder to step inside. But it never happened. The rattling stopped. The footsteps moved away, fading into the night. I didn't sleep after that. I lay there until the first light of dawn, my mind racing through every possible explanation. The next morning, I found fresh footprints in the dirt outside the cabin. They weren't mine. They were too large, too heavy. Someone had been out there. Someone had been watching me. I packed my things in record time. I didn't bother eating, didn't bother cleaning up. I just threw my bag into the car and got the hell out of there. I didn't look back. I told myself it was just some stranger passing through. Maybe a hunter, maybe a hiker who got lost. But deep down, I knew better. That feeling, that bone-deep dread, hadn't been paranoia. It had been a warning, and I was just lucky enough to listen before it was too late. I still don't know what I was thinking when I agreed to stay at the cabin alone. It was my uncle's place, deep in the woods, far from any town, any road, any real civilization. It wasn't meant to be a getaway spot, not really. It was more of a hunting cabin, old, small, built from thick logs that had darkened over time. The kind of place that felt ancient, even though it had only been standing for a few decades. I had come out there for a simple reason. I needed time away from everything. Work, people, the noise of the city. My uncle had mentioned the cabin to me in passing, saying it was just sitting there, unused. If you ever need space, it's there, he had said. So I took him up on it. A week, maybe two. Just me, the quiet, and the woods. The first few days were fine, peaceful even. I woke up to the sound of birds instead of traffic. I spent my time hiking the trails around the cabin, chopping firewood, and cooking simple meals on the old stove. There was no electricity, no running water. Just a well outside, a wood-burning stove, and an old generator I didn't bother using. At night, I read by lantern light and listened to the wind move through the trees. Felt like exactly what I needed. But by the fourth night, things started to change. I started noticing little things that I had somehow missed before. Small, out-of-place details that didn't sit right. The first thing was the footprints. I had woken up early, just as the sun was starting to rise, and stepped outside to get some water from the well. The ground was soft from the rain the night before, and that's when I saw them. Footprints, clear as day, leading up to the cabin, and then nothing. They didn't lead away. They just stopped at the front door. My footprints from the day before were there too, but these were different, bigger, heavier. I stood there for a long time, staring down at them, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I had tracked them in myself, I thought. Maybe they were old and had just filled with rain. But that didn't sit right. Something about them felt fresh. I tried to shake it off. I had been alone out here for days. Maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me. But then came the second thing. That night, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it, a sound. Not loud, but enough to snap me awake. It was coming from outside, a rustling, slow and deliberate, like something moving just beyond the tree line. I held my breath, listening. A few seconds passed, then nothing. Silence. I exhaled, telling myself it was just an animal. A deer, maybe, a raccoon. Nothing out of the ordinary. The next morning, I checked outside. The footprints were gone, wiped clean. The rain had stopped the day before, and the ground was still soft, so they should have still been there. But they weren't. It was like they had never been there at all. That day, I couldn't focus on anything. I tried to busy myself, chopping wood, cleaning up the cabin, anything to distract myself. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound made my skin crawl. The wind against the cabin walls, the creak of the wooden beams settling. It all felt wrong. Then, on the sixth night, I woke up to the sound of breathing. Not mine. It was close, just outside the cabin wall, slow and steady, deep. I lay frozen, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. I just listened. The breathing didn't stop. It stayed there, just on the other side of the wall, long and rhythmic, like whoever or whatever it was just standing there, listening. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually, the sound faded. Not quickly, not like something walking away, just slowly, like it was melting into the night. I didn't sleep after that. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning. The next day, I decided I was leaving. I didn't care if I was being paranoid. Something wasn't right, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what. I packed my things, threw them into my truck, and got ready to go. But the truck wouldn't start. The engine turned over but wouldn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. I checked the fuel. Plenty. The battery? Fine. Everything should have worked. But it didn't. I felt my stomach tighten. I was stuck. I told myself I'd try again later. Maybe it was just cold. Maybe the spark plugs needed a minute. I went back inside trying to keep calm. I'd figure it out in the morning. That night, I barricaded the door. I pushed the old wooden table against it, along with the chairs, anything I could find. I don't know what I thought it would do. Maybe nothing. Maybe it just made me feel like I was doing something. I barely slept. At some point in the middle of the night, I heard it again. The breathing. This time, it wasn't outside. It was inside. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, my heart hammering so hard it hurt. The breathing was slow, measured, close. I could hear the shift of weight on the wooden floor. Someone was standing in the cabin. I wanted to move, to grab the axe I had left beside the bed. But I couldn't. My body refused to listen. I just stayed there, paralyzed. The breathing moved, slow and steady, across the room, toward me. Then it stopped. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Minutes? Hours? Eventually, the first light of morning crept through the window, and just like that, the feeling was gone. I sat up, my whole body shaking, and looked around. The room was empty. The barricade was still in place. The door was locked, but I knew I hadn't imagined it. That morning, I went back to my truck. I didn't even try the engine. Instead, I opened the hood. The wires were gone. Not chewed through, not frayed, gone. Like someone had reached in and ripped them out. I didn't think. I didn't stop. I just grabbed my bag, took my uncle's old rifle from the cabin wall, and started walking. I didn't know where I was going, only that I was leaving. I hiked for hours, deeper into the woods, following the old trails, until I finally reached the dirt road that led back to town. By the time I made it to the main road, the sun was starting to set. A truck passed by and I flagged it down. The driver, a middle-aged man in a flannel shirt, looked me over, then nodded for me to get in. I didn't say anything at first. I just sat there, catching my breath. "You all right?" the man finally asked. I looked at him, then back at the road ahead. "No," I said. "I don't think I am." I never went back to the cabin. I never asked my uncle about it. Whatever was out there, whatever had been in there with me that night, I didn't want to know, and I never would. I should have never gone up there alone. Looking back, it was a mistake from the moment I put my key in the ignition. But I needed the break, or at least that's what I told myself. The city had worn me down, and the idea of spending a week in the mountains, disconnected from everything, seemed perfect. The cabin was deep in the woods, about a 2-hour drive from the nearest town. It was an old family place, something my uncle had built in the 70s and barely maintained. No electricity, no running water, just a wood stove, some propane lamps, and an outhouse a few yards away. Exactly what I wanted. Isolation. The drive was uneventful, but as I got closer, the road turned rough. The last few miles were more like a trail than a road, barely wide enough for my truck. Overgrown branches scraped against the sides as I crawled up the mountain. There were no signs, no markers, just memory guiding me. By the time I arrived, the sun was already starting to set, and the air had that crisp, biting chill that reminded me how far I was from home. The cabin looked the same as it always had. Weathered, dark, and slightly crooked. A single padlock on the door was all that kept it shut. I pulled the key from my pocket, twisted it open, and stepped inside. Dust floated in the air, catching the last bits of light through the window. The air was stale, a mix of old wood and mildew. I dropped my bag on the floor, stretched my arms, and took a deep breath. Silence. It was the first time in months that I wasn't surrounded by the hum of the city, by voices, by cars. Just the woods and me. It should have been peaceful. I spent the first hour unpacking, stacking wood near the stove, and checking for leaks. The roof was still solid. No signs of animals getting inside. Good. I made a quick meal from the supplies I brought, canned soup and crackers, then lit a lantern and sat by the small wooden table in the center of the room. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the branches. The sound was normal, but something about it made me uneasy. Maybe I was just adjusting to the quiet, my brain filling the emptiness with paranoia. Still, I locked the door before heading to bed. I woke up sometime in the night to a sound I couldn't immediately place. Not the wind, not an animal. It was a dull, rhythmic thumping. I lay still, holding my breath, trying to listen. The sound came again, from somewhere outside. Thump, thump, thump. I sat up, my heart pounding. My first thought was an animal, maybe a bear rummaging around. I reached for the flashlight beside me and clicked it on. The beam was weak, the batteries already starting to die. I swung my legs over the bed, crept to the window, and peered outside. Nothing, just the trees swaying, the darkness stretching endlessly beyond them. I waited, listening. The sound had stopped. After a few minutes, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch falling, or a raccoon knocking something over. I crawled back into bed, but sleep didn't come easy. My ears stayed sharp, listening for anything else. Morning came slow. The air inside the cabin was freezing, my breath visible as I exhaled. I built a fire, boiled some water for coffee, and stepped outside to take in the daylight. The forest felt different in the morning, less intimidating, more alive. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, looking for anything out of place. That's when I saw it. Footprints, not mine. They circled the cabin, uneven and deep, like whoever left them had been dragging their feet. I followed them to the edge of the clearing, where they disappeared into the trees. My stomach knotted. I hadn't heard anyone, hadn't seen any sign of another person who had been here. The rest of the day I felt on edge. Every noise made me tense. I kept checking the woods, expecting to see someone watching me. I didn't, but the feeling never left. That night, I barricaded the door with a chair. I kept the axe from the woodpile next to my bed. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, the footprints were back. More of them, closer to the cabin. Some led right up to the windows. I packed my things, fast. I didn't care how much time I had left on this so-called retreat. I wasn't staying another night. I loaded up the truck and turned the key. The engine sputtered, then died. I tried again. Nothing. Popping the hood, I checked the engine, even though I barely knew what I was looking at. Everything seemed fine, but the truck wouldn't start. My chest tightened. I had no cell service, no radio. The only way back to town was on foot. A trip that would take me at least half a day. But staying? That wasn't an option. I grabbed my backpack, filled it with supplies, and started walking. I didn't look back. The whole time, I felt like I was being watched. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I kept moving. The sun was setting when I finally reached the main road. The relief was overwhelming, but I didn't stop. I kept walking until I saw headlights. The driver was an old man in a pickup. He rolled down his window and asked if I was all right. I told him my truck broke down. I didn't mention the footprints. He gave me a ride to town. I never went back to that cabin. Left the truck, left everything. Told my family it wasn't safe. They thought I was overreacting. Maybe I was, but I know what I saw, and I wasn't alone up there. I used to think solitude was peaceful. That was before I spent 3 nights alone in a cabin deep in the Oregon woods. Now I know better. It started as a simple getaway. My job had been stressing me out, and I needed a break from the city. A friend of mine had mentioned a secluded cabin he rented out now and then. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just trees and silence. It sounded perfect. He gave me the key, wished me well, and told me to take care. I should have noticed the way he hesitated before saying that. The drive was long, winding through back roads that grew narrower the deeper I went. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was dipping behind the trees. The place was small but sturdy, built from thick logs with a slanted roof and a porch that creaked under my weight. There was a single lock on the front door, nothing fancy. Inside, there was a couch, a fireplace, and a tiny kitchen that smelled like old wood and dust. A narrow hallway led to the bedroom and a bathroom with an outdated sink and mirror. I set my bags down and took a deep breath. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Felt different from the city, cleaner, heavier. Outside, the forest was a wall of darkness, the trees standing tall and silent. It was so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. The first night was uneventful. I read a book by candlelight and listened to the wind outside. The silence was comforting at first. I fell asleep easily, wrapped in the thick blankets on the bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Took me a moment to figure out why. The air inside the cabin felt wrong. Too still, too quiet. Even in a forest, there should be sounds. Insects, distant animals, the wind rustling the leaves. But there was nothing, just silence. I sat up and listened, my breath slow and steady. Then I heard it, a faint scraping sound, like something brushing against the cabin walls. Came from outside, near the front porch. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer, but something about it didn't sit right. The sound wasn't random. It was slow, deliberate, like someone dragging their fingertips along the wood. I stayed in bed, barely breathing. The sound circled the cabin, moving from the front to the side, then to the back. I clenched my fists, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Eventually, it stopped. I didn't move for a long time. The next morning, I went outside and checked the perimeter. Nothing seemed out of place. There were no tracks, no signs of an animal. The only thing I noticed was a faint mark on the porch railing, 3 long parallel scratches. I ran my fingers over them, but they weren't deep. Probably nothing, I told myself. Just my imagination running wild. The second night was worse. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would come quickly. Didn't. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening. The forest outside was quiet again, too quiet. Around midnight, the scraping sound returned. It started at the front porch just like before, then moved along the walls. But this time there was something else. A soft clicking noise, like fingernails tapping on glass. I held my breath. The only window in the bedroom was small, set high up on the wall. I turned my head slowly and looked at it. The tapping stopped. My stomach twisted. I told myself it was tree branches, even though I knew there were no trees close enough to touch the cabin. Then the doorknob rattled. I nearly stopped breathing. I sat up, my hands gripping the blanket so hard my knuckles turned white. The door didn't have a deadbolt, just the single lock. I prayed it would hold. The knob twisted again, harder this time, but didn't turn all the way. Whoever or whatever was outside, they were testing it, seeing if it would give. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours. Eventually, the rattling stopped, then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the first light of dawn crept through the trees, I forced myself to go outside. My hands shook as I checked the porch. This time, there were footprints in the dirt. Bare footprints. Human. I packed my things, threw them in the car, and started the engine. I didn't care about the refund. I didn't care about anything except leaving that place behind. As I drove away, I glanced at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. A figure standing just inside the tree line, barely visible in the morning light. They didn't move, didn't chase after me. They just stood there, watching. I pressed my foot down on the gas, my heart pounding in my chest. I don't know who they were. I don't want to know. All I know is that I won't ever go back to that cabin, and I will never spend another night alone in the woods again. I should have never gone up there alone. The thought repeats in my head like a warning I ignored too late. It started as a simple plan. drive up to the old hunting cabin, spend a quiet weekend alone, and come back refreshed. I needed the break. Work had been draining, and I figured a few days away from everything would do me some good. My uncle owned the cabin, and he used to take me there when I was younger. It was deep in the woods, far from any town, with no cell service, no internet. Just a small wooden structure with a fireplace, a bed, and an old gas stove. I arrived late in the afternoon. The drive was long, winding through dense forest, the road barely more than a dirt path. The sun was already setting when I pulled up to the clearing. The cabin was just as I remembered: weathered wood, a slanted roof, and a single window in the front. It looked abandoned, but that was to be expected. My uncle hadn't been up here in years. Inside, everything was covered in a thin layer of dust, but it was still intact. The fireplace had a small stack of wood beside it. The bed had an old wool blanket, and the kitchen was stocked with a few canned goods. It smelled like damp wood and something faintly sour, but I ignored it. I spent the evening settling in. I unpacked my bag, lit the lantern, and got a small fire going in the fireplace. The silence was overwhelming at first. No hum of electricity, no passing cars, just the occasional creak of the wood and the wind outside. It was peaceful in a way. The first night was uneventful. I slept deeply, wrapped in the thick wool blanket, the fire crackling softly. When I woke, the sun was filtering through the window, and the air was crisp. I made coffee on the old gas stove, sat on the front steps, and watched the woods. There was something calming about being so isolated. No distractions, no obligations, just the quiet. That feeling didn't last. By midday, I started noticing things that felt off, little details. The first thing was the axe. My uncle always kept it on the chopping block outside, but when I went to split some wood, it was missing. I checked the small shed near the cabin, thinking maybe he had moved it, but it wasn't there either. I shrugged it off. Maybe he had taken it home the last time he visited. Then there were the footprints. I saw them near the tree line when I went to gather some kindling. At first, I thought they were mine, but they were different, wider, heavier, and they weren't leading away from the cabin. They were leading toward it. I felt a little uneasy after that, but I told myself it was nothing. Maybe they were old prints from my uncle. Maybe an animal had left them, and I was just imagining things. I tried to push the thought aside and went about my day, but as the sun dipped lower, the feeling of unease grew stronger. Something wasn't right. I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone. That night, I double-checked the locks before going to bed. The cabin had an old wooden latch on the door, nothing fancy, but it was secure. I stoked the fire, made sure my flashlight was within reach, and tried to sleep. At some point during the night, I woke up. The fire had burned down to embers, casting long shadows across the cabin. The room was silent, too silent. It took me a moment to realize what had woken me. It was a sound. Something had been outside. I listened, my heart hammering, but I didn't hear it again. Just the wind, just the creaking of the old wood. I told myself I was imagining things. I rolled over, pulled the blanket tighter, and forced myself to go back to sleep. The next morning, I stepped outside and saw them, more footprints. They were fresh, leading from the woods to the front of the cabin. They stopped right at the door. Someone had been standing there, watching me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. My first thought was to pack up and leave, but something stopped me. Maybe it was pride, maybe stubbornness. Maybe I didn't want to admit how scared I was. I convinced myself it was just a hunter, maybe someone passing through. I told myself there was no real danger, but deep down I knew better. I spent the rest of the day on edge, checking the tree line every few minutes, listening for any sound that didn't belong. When night came, I made sure the fire was strong, the door locked, and my flashlight within reach. I didn't sleep. At some point in the night, I heard it again. The sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. Then something else, a soft, scraping noise against the wood. It went on for what felt like forever. My heart pounded so loudly I thought it would give me away. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Then silence. I don't know how long I lay there before exhaustion took over. When I woke, it was morning. The fire was nearly out, and the room was cold. I stepped outside, dreading what I might see. There were more footprints circling the cabin, and something else. Scratches on the door. Not deep, but deliberate, like someone had dragged a knife across the wood. That was it. I wasn't staying another night. I packed my bag, threw everything into the truck, and got the hell out of there. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on the main road, where I finally had cell service. I never told my uncle what happened. Never told anyone, really. But I know this, whoever was out there, they weren't lost. They weren't just passing through. They knew I was there, and they wanted me to know it too. I don't know what made me take the trip to the cabin. Maybe it was the stress, the need to get away, or just the fact that I had nowhere else to be. It wasn't even my cabin. It belonged to my uncle, who rarely used it. He told me about it once, said it was old, out in the woods and a little rough, but it had a roof, a bed, and a fireplace. That was good enough for me. I needed space to breathe, so I packed a bag, loaded my truck, and drove out there. The drive took longer than I expected. The paved roads turned to gravel, then to dirt, and finally to a barely there path covered in dead leaves and twigs. My truck struggled against the uneven ground, bouncing over dips and ruts. The sun was already starting to set by the time I saw the cabin. A dark wooden thing, small and forgotten, tucked between tall trees. The windows were dusty, the porch sagged slightly, and the door looked like it hadn't been opened in years. I parked, grabbed my bag, and made my way up the creaking steps. The key was exactly where my uncle said it would be, under a loose plank on the porch. The lock resisted at first, then gave with a loud click. The door swung open with a groan, and I stepped inside. It smelled like old wood, dust, and something stale, something that reminded me of a room that had been shut up for too long. I found the light switch near the door, flipped it, but nothing happened. No power. That was fine. I had a flashlight and plenty of batteries. I walked through the cabin, checking each room. There wasn't much to it, just a small kitchen, a living area with a fireplace, a tiny bathroom, and a single bedroom. The furniture was old, the kind that looked like it had been left there by different owners over the years. A couch with torn fabric, a wooden table with deep scratches, a rocking chair that made the floor creak when I touched it. The bedroom had a simple bed frame, a thin mattress, and a heavy wool blanket folded at the foot. I set my bag down, lit a couple of candles, and sat on the couch. The silence out here was thick. No cars, no voices, no hum of electricity. Just the occasional rustling of trees and the distant call of some bird. It should have been peaceful, but something about it felt off. Maybe it was just the unfamiliarity. I wasn't used to being this alone. As night settled in, the temperature dropped. I threw some wood into the fireplace and lit it up. The flames cast flickering shadows across the walls. I ate a quick meal from the supplies I brought, some canned food and beef jerky, then stretched out on the couch. I didn't feel like going to bed just yet. Instead, I just sat there listening. Then I heard it, a sound from outside. It wasn't an animal, at least it didn't sound like one. It was steady, slow, a crunching of leaves, then a pause. Then another crunch, like footsteps. I sat up, heart suddenly beating faster. I told myself it was nothing, probably a deer, maybe a raccoon. But I reached for my flashlight anyway and stood up, moving slowly toward the window. I shined the light outside. The beam cut through the dark, sweeping over the trees, the ground, the edge of the porch. Nothing, just the woods. I waited for a minute, listening, but the sound didn't come again. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe my brain was just playing tricks on me. I locked the door anyway. The night stretched on. The fire died down, leaving the cabin in near total darkness except for the weak glow of the candles. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I kept thinking about that sound, about the way it had stopped when I stood up, like someone or something was waiting, watching. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to the feeling of cold air on my face. The fire was completely out. The room was pitch black, and then I realized the front door was open, not just unlocked, open. A few inches, just enough to see the darkness beyond it. My stomach dropped. I knew for a fact I had locked that door. I forced myself to breathe, to move. I sat up slowly, listening. The woods were dead silent. No wind, no animals, just stillness. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it at the door. The beam wavered slightly in my shaking hands. I stood up, my heart hammering, and stepped forward. My brain was screaming at me to run, to get out of there, but I needed to see. I needed to know if someone was out there. I reached the door and pushed it shut. The lock clicked into place. I stood there for a long moment, listening. Nothing, just silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Morning came slow. The light filtering through the trees felt weak, like the sun itself didn't want to be out here. I packed my things, threw my bag over my shoulder, and stepped onto the porch. The dirt outside the door was disturbed. Footprints, not mine. They led from the trees to my door, then back again. I didn't follow them. I didn't want to know where they led. I got into my truck and left. Drove fast, not caring about the bumps or ruts in the road. Didn't look back. I never told my uncle what happened. Never asked him if he ever noticed anything strange about the cabin. I just knew one thing: I wasn't going back. Ever. I remember the cold more than anything else. The way it sank into my bones, making my hands shake and my breath come out in thick, white clouds. The drive up the mountain had been long, and by the time I reached the cabin, the sun was already setting behind the trees. It wasn't a nice sunset. The sky just faded from gray to black without much color, like the light had just given up for the day. The cabin was smaller than I expected. Dark logs stacked together, the roof heavy with damp, rotting leaves. The windows were small and covered in a thin layer of grime. It wasn't my cabin. I had rented it from some guy online who had listed it as a quiet, isolated retreat in nature. I parked my truck on the gravel driveway and sat there for a moment, staring at the cabin. Something about it made my stomach feel tight, but I told myself it was just nerves. I had come out here to be alone, to get away from people, to clear my head. It wasn't supposed to be comfortable. I grabbed my bags, locked the truck, and made my way up the steps to the front door. The key was under the mat, just like the owner had said it would be. It was old and a little bent, but it slid into the lock just fine. When I pushed the door open, the smell hit me first. Damp wood, stale air, a hint of something sour, like the place had been left alone too long. I stepped inside, shutting the door behind me. The cabin was small. A living room with a couch that looked like it hadn't been sat on in years. A tiny kitchen with outdated appliances. A single hallway leading to a bedroom and a bathroom. There was a fireplace, but no wood stacked inside it. I dropped my bags on the floor and exhaled. I didn't turn on the lights right away. I just stood there in the growing dark, listening. The place was silent except for the occasional groan of the wood shifting. I told myself it was just an old building settling. Just my imagination making it sound like something more than it was. I flicked on a light and started unpacking. It didn't take long. I hadn't brought much. Just a duffel bag with clothes, some canned food, a knife, and a flashlight. The essentials. I had planned to stay for a week, maybe more if I felt like it. That first night was uneventful. I heated up a can of soup on the stove, sat at the wobbly kitchen table, and ate in silence. The wind howled outside, rattling the trees. It was cold, but the old radiator in the corner still worked, giving off just enough heat to keep the place from freezing. I went to bed early, climbing under the thick, musty-smelling blankets. I slept, but not well. The second day I explored. There was a trail behind the cabin that led deeper into the woods. The trees were tall and close together, their bare branches tangled like skeletal fingers. It was dead quiet. No birds, no rustling in the underbrush, just the sound of my own footsteps crunching the frost-covered ground. I walked for maybe an hour before I turned back. I don't know why I did. Something about the woods just didn't feel right. The air felt too still, like it was waiting. I wasn't scared exactly, but I wasn't comfortable either. I made it back to the cabin before dark and locked the door behind me. That night, I heard something, a soft scraping sound just outside, like something brushing against the walls. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering in my chest. I listened. The sound came again, slow, careful, not the wind. I grabbed my flashlight and got up. The floor was cold against my bare feet as I crept toward the window. I hesitated before pulling back the curtain, my breath catching in my throat. Nothing, just darkness, just trees. I stood there for a long time, staring out into the night. Then I heard it again, but this time it wasn't outside. It was inside, a soft creak like weight shifting on old wood. My stomach dropped. I turned slowly, the flashlight beam sweeping across the small cabin. The door to the bedroom was still shut, the bathroom door too, but the closet in the hallway, the one I hadn't checked since I arrived, was open just a crack. I didn't move for a long time, just stood there, listening to my own pulse pounding in my ears. Then slowly I walked forward. My legs felt stiff, my breath shallow. The closet door was only open an inch or two, not enough for anything or anyone to be inside. Just the old wooden shelves where I had tossed my jacket earlier. I grabbed the edge of the door and yanked it open. Nothing, just emptiness. Just my jacket hanging there, swaying slightly from my sudden movement. I let out a slow breath. My hands were shaking. I told myself I was being stupid, that I was just on edge, alone in an unfamiliar place, my mind playing tricks on me. I shut the closet door firmly and went back to bed. I didn't sleep much after that. The next few days, things got worse. Small things at first. My backpack wasn't where I left it. The front door was unlocked in the morning when I was sure I had locked it before bed. The food in the kitchen seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. I started hearing noises at night, scraping, tapping, sometimes a soft, distant creaking like footsteps, always just far enough away that I couldn't be sure if I was imagining them. On the fifth night, I woke up to the sound of breathing. It was close, too close, not my own. A slow, steady inhale, an exhale. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My body locked in place, stiff with terror. My mind was screaming at me to do something, but I couldn't. I just lay there, staring up at the dark ceiling, listening. And then it stopped, just like that, gone. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed in bed until the first light of dawn, then packed my things. I was done. I didn't care how much time I had left on the rental. I wasn't staying another night. I loaded my bags into the truck, slammed the door shut, and turned the key in the ignition. Nothing. The truck wouldn't start. I tried again, and again. Just a clicking sound. The battery was dead. That didn't make sense. I had checked it before I left home. It was fine. I popped the hood, got out to look, and that's when I saw it. The wires were cut. Clean. Precise. Someone had done this on purpose. I stood there, staring down at the engine, my breath coming fast, my hands clenched into fists. Someone had been out here, messing with my truck, watching me, maybe even inside the cabin while I slept. I turned and ran. I didn't think. I just ran. Down the gravel driveway into the woods. I didn't know where I was going. Just away. Away from the cabin. Away from whatever was out there with me. I don't know how long I ran. Hours maybe. The sun was high in the sky when I finally stumbled onto a road. A narrow, empty stretch of pavement cutting through the trees. I collapsed onto the shoulder, gasping for breath, my legs burning. A truck passed by not long after. The driver was an older man, a hunter maybe. He pulled over, asked if I was okay. I told him I needed help, that my truck had broken down back at my cabin. He looked at me, then glanced toward the direction I had come from. And then, very quietly, he said, "There's no cabins up that way." I didn't argue. I just got in his truck and never looked back. I never liked cabins. Something about being isolated in the middle of nowhere just made me uneasy. But when my cousin Mike told me about this small hunting cabin he'd found way up in the mountains, far from any roads or trails. I let myself get talked into a weekend trip. He swore it was the perfect place to get away. No cell service, no distractions. Just a few days of peace, quiet, and maybe some deer if we were lucky. The drive took us 5 hours. 3 of those were on decent roads, but the last 2 were nothing but rough, winding dirt paths that seemed barely wide enough for my truck. By the time we got close, the sun had already started dipping behind the trees. The cabin was tucked deep into the woods, almost hidden unless you knew exactly where to look. It wasn't big, just one room with a small loft for storage, a rusty old wood stove, and a couple of beat-up chairs. There was no electricity, no running water, just an old well about 20 yards away and an outhouse even farther. I already hated it, but Mike, always the outdoorsman, was thrilled. He tossed his bag inside and started talking about how we'd set up for the night. The plan was simple: drop our gear, get a fire going, and settle in. I forced myself to shake off the feeling of unease and focus on the trip. After all, I'd been camping before, and this wasn't any different, just a little more remote. We got the fire started, cooked some food over the flames, and let the exhaustion from the drive set in. I figured a few beers would help me relax, but the silence of the forest made it impossible. No cars, no distant hum of a highway, just the crackling fire and the occasional rustling in the trees. I told myself it was just animals, nothing unusual, but something felt off. We turned in early. The cabin only had one bed, so Mike took that, and I set up my sleeping bag on the floor near the door. I figured I'd sleep fine, but I kept waking up. Every little noise outside made my pulse jump. At one point, I was sure I heard something. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. I held my breath, straining my ears. Nothing, just the wind. The next morning, I stepped outside to find something strange. The dirt around the cabin was disturbed. There were marks, almost like footprints, but they weren't quite right. Too wide, too deep, like someone had been pacing around all night. Mike brushed it off, saying it was probably just an animal, maybe a bear. But I've seen bear tracks. These weren't bear tracks. The day went on as planned. We hiked a little, set up some makeshift targets, and wasted a few hours shooting. Everything felt normal until we got back to the cabin. That feeling hit me again. The kind that makes your skin crawl, like someone's watching you. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something. But every time I looked, there was nothing but trees. That night, I slept even worse. The noises outside were back, louder this time, more deliberate. I was sure I heard something scrape against the cabin wall. Then the sound of twigs snapping. Something was out there. I wanted to wake Mike, but I didn't want to sound paranoid. I kept my hand close to my knife and forced myself to stay still, listening. The sounds went on for hours. It wasn't until just before dawn that I finally dozed off. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was that the firewood we had stacked outside was scattered. Some of it was missing entirely. I told Mike, but he just shrugged and said we must have left it too close to the tree line. Maybe an animal had dragged some off, but I knew that wasn't right. Something had been outside, moving things, watching. I wanted to leave. I told Mike I wasn't feeling great, made up some excuse about work. He was annoyed but didn't argue. We packed up fast, loading everything into the truck. As I went to grab the last bag from the cabin, I noticed something by the window. A single handprint smeared on the glass. It wasn't mine. It wasn't Mike's. And it was on the outside. I didn't say anything. I just got in the truck and started driving. We didn't talk much on the way back. The whole trip had felt wrong. A few weeks later, Mike called me. He had gone back to the cabin with a couple of friends. But when they got there, something was different. The door had been ripped off the hinges. The inside was trashed, like someone had torn the place apart looking for something. They never found out who or what had been there, and I never went back. I don't know why I agreed to it. Maybe it was the exhaustion, or maybe it was the way the guy made it seem so simple, so harmless. A last-minute opportunity to get away, disconnect, and clear my head. The place is basic, but it's got everything you need, he had said, handing me the keys to the old cabin. You'll love it. Quiet, middle of nowhere. No one will bother you. That last part was what sold me. I had been working too much, stuck in a cycle of deadlines and screens, and I just needed to be alone for a while. The idea of an isolated cabin sounded perfect. No cell service, no internet, just me and my thoughts. I packed light, some canned food, a flashlight, a good knife, my sleeping bag. I figured I'd only stay for a few nights. A long drive, a little hike up into the woods, and I'd be there. The place was just like he described, basic. A single room with a small wood stove, a rickety table, and an old cot in the corner. The air smelled of damp wood and dust. There was a small window facing the trees, and another on the door, but otherwise it felt closed in. Secluded, safe. First, it was peaceful. I settled in, set up my sleeping bag, and started a fire in the stove. I sat outside for a while, listening to the wind move through the trees. The silence was heavy, but it felt good, clean. I hadn't realized how much noise I had been drowning in every day until it was gone. I should have left the first night. It started with small things. I heard something moving outside just after midnight. Just the wind, I told myself. Maybe an animal. Still, I double-checked the door, made sure it was locked, and went back to sleep. But something woke me again an hour later. A noise, closer this time, like a footstep. I sat up, heart pounding, listening. Nothing. No more footsteps. No movement. No sound except for the distant rustling of branches. I forced myself to lie back down, but sleep didn't come easy after that. The next day, I went out early trying to shake off the unease. I explored the area, walked through the trees, followed a small stream downhill. It was beautiful in the way untouched places are, but there was something off about it, something I couldn't explain. Like I wasn't really alone, like something was watching me. I told myself it was paranoia. City nerves acting up in the quiet. That night, the noises came back, louder this time, not just footsteps, but something brushing against the walls of the cabin. I sat up, holding my knife, staring at the door. Then the doorknob moved, just a little, a slight, slow turn, like someone testing if it was locked. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. Then, nothing. Minutes passed, maybe hours. I didn't sleep. By morning, I convinced myself it was an animal. A bear, maybe sniffing around. That made sense, right? But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. That whatever had tested the door had done it on purpose. I decided to leave that day. I packed my things, made sure the fire was out, and started down the trail. But after walking for an hour, I realized something was wrong. I should have reached the dirt road by now. I checked my map, my compass. Everything pointed the right way, but the trail wasn't right. It wasn't the same one I had taken up. It looked the same, but I knew it wasn't. Trees I didn't remember, turns that shouldn't have been there. My stomach dropped. I turned around, trying to retrace my steps. The more I walked, the more wrong it felt. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there before me. Someone who knew the woods better than I did. Someone who had led me in circles. By the time I made it back to the cabin, the sun was already setting. I had no choice but to stay another night. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat with my knife in hand, back against the wall, watching the door. I listened. The sounds came again. Footsteps, movement, the slow, deliberate press of something against the walls. Then the doorknob turned. Not just a little this time, a full, careful twist. I held my breath. The lock held. The door didn't open, but the silence that followed was worse. It lasted for hours, stretching into the early morning. I didn't move until the first light came through the window. I left at dawn. Didn't pack, didn't stop. I ran. I didn't care if I got lost. Didn't care if I left things behind. I just ran. The trail was still wrong, but I kept going. I don't know how long I walked, how many times I thought I heard footsteps behind me, just out of sight. When I finally reached the road, my car was there, untouched, just sitting there like nothing had happened. I got in and drove without looking back. I don't know who was out there. I don't know if they wanted me to leave or if they wanted me to stay longer. I don't know if they were alone. I only know that I'll never go back. I don't know exactly when things started feeling wrong, but by the time I noticed, it was already too late. I had rented a cabin deep in the woods, a place far from everything. I wanted silence, isolation, a break from the world. Work had burned me out, and I needed time away from people. A week in the middle of nowhere sounded perfect. No emails, no traffic, no noise. Just me, the trees, and a small wooden cabin surrounded by nature. The first day was peaceful. I arrived in the afternoon, parked my truck near the front steps, and unlocked the door with the key I'd picked up from the rental office. The cabin was small but cozy. A living room with an old couch and a fireplace, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a single bedroom. Everything smelled of aged wood and dust, like no one had stayed there for a long time. Outside, the trees stretched endlessly in all directions. I saw no trails, no signs of other people, just thick woods pressing in like walls. The quiet was almost overwhelming at first. No distant hum of traffic, no voices, just the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. That first night, I slept deeply, feeling safe in the solitude. But when I woke up, something was different. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. The air felt heavier, like the atmosphere had changed. I brushed it off as nothing. Maybe I wasn't used to this kind of quiet. I spent the next day exploring the woods, hiking a bit, but always keeping the cabin in sight. The trees were thick, their branches tangled together like fingers, blocking out most of the sky. The further I walked, the darker it got under the canopy. I turned back before I could lose sight of the cabin. That evening, I made a fire in the fireplace and ate a simple meal. The food tasted bland, though I wasn't sure why. As the sun went down, the shadows inside the cabin stretched longer, and the walls seemed to close in. I shook the feeling off and went to bed early. I woke up in the middle of the night. I wasn't sure why at first, but then I heard it. Something outside. A soft crunching sound, like footsteps on dried leaves. I held my breath, listening. Could have been an animal, maybe a deer, but it didn't move like an animal. The steps were slow, deliberate, pausing, then continuing. I sat up, heart pounding. My truck was parked just outside, and the doors were locked, but the thought of someone out there, just beyond the thin walls, made my skin crawl. I reached for the flashlight on the nightstand, flicked it on, and shined it through the bedroom window. Nothing, just darkness and trees. The sounds had stopped. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, filling in the silence with imagined noises. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been standing out there, just listening, watching. The next day, I found something that made my stomach drop. In the dirt just outside the cabin, near the treeline, I saw footprints. Not boots, not sneakers, bare feet. They led from the trees toward the cabin, stopping just a few feet from the porch steps. Then they turned around and disappeared back into the woods. I tried to stay rational. Maybe some hiker had wandered close, though I hadn't seen any trails or paths. Maybe someone was living out here, but that didn't make sense either. Why walk barefoot in the woods? And why stop so close to my cabin before turning back? I spent the day on edge, checking the windows, looking over my shoulder. The woods that had felt peaceful before now felt different, like they were hiding something, like they weren't empty at all. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every sound made me sit up, heart racing. The wind through the trees, the creak of the cabin settling. But nothing else happened. On the fourth day, I made the decision to leave early. The unease had settled deep in my bones, and I couldn't shake it. I packed my bag, loaded up my truck, and went inside for one last look around. Then I saw it. Near the fireplace, where I had stacked wood on my first night, there was something that hadn't been there before. A single footprint, a bare footprint, pressed into the thin layer of dust on the wooden floor. My stomach turned. Someone had been inside. I didn't stop to think. I rushed out, jumped into my truck, and started the engine. The tires spun in the dirt as I sped down the narrow road, away from that place. I didn't look back. I don't know who was out there or what they wanted. I never told anyone about it. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up thinking about that footprint in the dust, about the quiet, deliberate steps outside my window. And I wonder, if I hadn't left that day, what would have happened next? I never wanted to come out here. The cabin was supposed to be a break, a chance to get away from work, from the noise of the city, from everything. But from the moment I stepped onto the old wooden porch, I knew something was wrong. It wasn't anything obvious, just a feeling, something in the air that made my skin crawl. The place had been in my family for years, but no one ever really used it. My uncle had built it decades ago, deep in the woods, far from any roads or towns. After he died, it just sat here empty. I never heard of anyone coming up here after that. It looked normal enough. A one-story log cabin, the kind you see in postcards, with a slanted tin roof and a small deck overlooking the trees. The wood was dark and weathered, but it was still solid. There was a single window at the front, covered in dust. The door creaked when I pushed it open, the inside smelling of old wood, dust, and something else, something faint, almost metallic. The main room had a couch, an old wooden table, a fireplace, and a small kitchen in the back. There was a hallway leading to a bedroom and a tiny bathroom. Everything looked untouched. It was as if my uncle had just stepped out and never returned. His old boots were still by the door. A coffee cup sat on the counter, a thin layer of dust covering it. A newspaper lay on the table, the date so old the pages had yellowed. I set my bags down and checked my phone. No signal. Not surprising. The nearest town was about 20 miles away, and I'd already lost reception halfway down the dirt road. I told myself I'd be fine. A few days of peace and quiet. No emails, no texts, just me and the woods. That night, I couldn't sleep. The bed was stiff and the cabin made noises. Wood settling, wind pushing against the roof, small creaks and groans that I told myself were normal. But there was something else, something softer, a sound just outside, like footsteps crunching in the leaves. I sat up, listening. The wind howled, the branches scraping against the walls. But beneath all of that, I swore I heard breathing. Slow, steady, just beyond the window. I didn't move. My eyes stayed on the ceiling, heart pounding in my ears. I told myself it was an animal. A deer maybe, coyote, something harmless. But my gut told me otherwise. I must have drifted off at some point, because when I woke up, the sun was already pushing through the trees. I felt exhausted, like I hadn't really slept at all. I made coffee, sat by the window and stared outside. The woods were still. Nothing moved, not even the wind. I tried to shake off the feeling from the night before, telling myself I was just being paranoid. That afternoon, I decided to check around the cabin, just to be sure. I walked the perimeter, looking for tracks or signs of animals. The ground was covered in old leaves and damp soil, but then I saw them. Footprints, bare, human, leading from the tree straight to my window. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I traced the path. They stopped right beneath my bedroom window, then turned back toward the woods. They were fresh, the edges of the prints still sharp. Someone had been standing there last night, watching, listening. I rushed inside, locking the doors, checking every window. Nothing had been broken. Nothing was missing. But that didn't make me feel any better. Someone had been out there. Someone knew I was here. That night, I stayed up, sitting on the couch with a flashlight and a kitchen knife. The fire burned low, casting flickering shadows across the walls. Every sound made me jump. Hours passed. Midnight came and went, and then I heard it. A soft tap. Not at the door, not at the window, from underneath the cabin. I held my breath. The floorboards creaked slightly, like something shifting beneath them. There was another tap, then another, a slow, deliberate pattern, like someone drumming their fingers against the wood. I wanted to tell myself it was an animal, but I knew better. I grabbed my flashlight and moved to the corner of the room, where a small vent led beneath the cabin. I crouched down, heart hammering, and shined the light through the slats. For a second, I saw nothing, just darkness. And then, eyes staring back at me. I stumbled backward, hitting the table, knocking over the coffee cup. The eyes didn't move. They just stayed there, locked onto mine, unblinking. Then, slowly, they vanished into the darkness. I didn't sleep. I didn't move from my spot on the couch. My knife gripped so tight my fingers ached. By the time the sun rose, I had already made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my bags in under 5 minutes, grabbed my keys, and yanked the front door open. The air was cold, the woods silent. My truck sat a few yards away, untouched. But as I took my first step outside, I saw them. More footprints, dozens of them, leading from the woods, surrounding the cabin. I ran. I didn't care about the bags, about anything. I just needed to leave. I reached my truck, threw the door open, and turned the key. The engine sputtered, stalled. No, not now. I tried again. It wouldn't start. My pulse pounded. I glanced up at the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw them. Figures, standing at the edge of the trees, watching, motionless. I didn't think. I jumped out, running down the dirt road. My lungs burned. My legs ached. I didn't stop. I ran until I found the main road, until I saw another car, until I knew I was safe. I never went back. I never told anyone what happened. The cabin still stands, rotting slowly in the woods, untouched. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but I know they're still there, waiting. I don't know why I ever thought coming up here alone was a good idea. Maybe I wanted a break from the city. Maybe I just needed space to think. Either way, I regret it now. The drive up took longer than expected. The road twisted through the woods like a snake, the kind of road where you don't pass another car for miles. The cabin itself was smaller than I imagined. Just one floor, a simple A-frame with a porch out front. It looked old but sturdy, sitting in the middle of a clearing surrounded by thick pines. The nearest town was almost an hour away. By the time I arrived, the sun was already setting. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp leaves and pine needles. Inside, the cabin was basic. A single bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a living area with a wood stove. No TV, no internet, just silence. I liked that at first. That changed around midnight. I was in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was an animal. A branch cracking, leaves shifting, normal forest sounds. But then it happened again. Closer this time. A deliberate sound, like footsteps. I held my breath, listening. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe a raccoon. I forced myself to stay in bed, but my heart pounded hard against my ribs. Then the noise stopped. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself it was my imagination and fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, I found tracks in the dirt outside. Not animal tracks, boot prints. They circled the cabin once, stopping beneath my bedroom window. I stood there for a long time, just staring at them. The ground was still damp from the rain a few days before, making the prints stand out clearly. Whoever it was had been standing there, right outside my window while I was in bed. I should have left then, packed up and driven back to town. But I didn't. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a hunter, maybe some lost hiker. The woods weren't exactly busy, but they weren't completely empty either. I didn't want to overreact, so I stayed. That night, I locked the doors and shut the curtains. I kept a fire going in the wood stove, the glow flickering against the walls. The silence felt heavier now, pressing down on me. I tried to read, tried to distract myself, but every noise outside made me jump. Then, around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. I sat up in bed, barely breathing. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, but I couldn't see anything beyond the curtains. The footsteps stopped right outside the bedroom window. Then, nothing. I stayed frozen, gripping the sheets. I thought about grabbing the knife from the kitchen, but I was too scared to move. I waited, listening. After what felt like forever, the footsteps started again. This time, they moved toward the porch. The wooden steps creaked. Whoever it was, they were right outside the front door. I forced myself to move. Slowly, quietly, I slid out of bed and crept to the kitchen. My hands trembled as I grabbed the knife. The silence stretched on. Then the doorknob rattled. A slow, testing turn. I gripped the knife tighter, my pulse pounding in my ears. The door was locked. I had checked it 3 times before bed. Whoever was out there must have known I was inside. They had to. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the noise stopped. The porch creaked once more, then silence. I stood there for hours, knife in hand, waiting, listening. Eventually, the sky began to lighten. Morning. I didn't sleep that night. When the sun finally rose, I stepped outside, knife still clenched in my fist. The boot prints were there again. This time, they led from my window to the front porch, stopping at the door. Then they turned back toward the woods. I packed my things, fast. I didn't even eat breakfast. I threw everything in the car and started the engine, my hands shaking as I gripped the wheel. As I pulled away, I glanced at the cabin one last time. That's when I saw it. Just beyond the tree line, half hidden in the shadows, someone was standing there, watching me. I didn't stop. I didn't look back again. I just drove. I don't know who they were or what they wanted. I don't care. I'm never going back. I was never the type of person to believe in bad luck, but looking back now, I should have taken the warning signs more seriously. It all started when I decided to spend a week alone in a cabin deep in the woods of Montana. It wasn't some last-minute, reckless decision. I had planned it for months. My job had been stressing me out, and my personal life wasn't much better. I needed solitude, a break from the constant noise of the city, so I rented a remote cabin online. The pictures looked perfect, small, sturdy, nestled between thick pine trees, with a narrow dirt road leading up to it. No neighbors, no distractions, just me and the wilderness. I arrived late in the afternoon. The drive up was longer than expected, the road winding and full of potholes. My SUV struggled over the rough terrain, and more than once, I thought I'd get stuck. But I made it. The cabin was exactly as it had been in the pictures. Small, wooden, with a single front porch and an old-fashioned chimney poking out of the roof. There was a shed to the side, covered in rusted tools and stacks of firewood. The forest pressed close around the property, and as soon as I stepped out of the car, I was swallowed by silence. No cars, no buzzing electricity, just the wind moving through the trees. Inside, the cabin was basic but comfortable. A small kitchen with an old gas stove, a creaky wooden table, a living space with a couch and a fireplace. The bedroom was in the back, barely big enough for the bed and a narrow dresser. The bathroom had an old toilet and a shower stall that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was no TV, no Wi-Fi, barely any cell service. That was the point. The first night was peaceful. I lit a fire, made dinner, and sat outside for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest. I heard owls, distant rustling in the trees. Maybe deer, maybe something else. It was calming. The air was crisp and cold, and I felt a rare sense of relief, like I had made the right decision coming here. The second night was when things started to feel off. It began with small noises. At first, I assumed it was just the usual sounds of the woods, branches shifting, animals moving through the brush. But then I heard something that made me pause. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving just beyond the tree line. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it in the direction of the noise, but all I saw was darkness. The trees were too thick, the shadows too deep. I told myself it was just paranoia, the effect of being alone in a place like this. Still, I locked the cabin door before going to bed that night. On the third day, I noticed things had moved. Nothing dramatic, just small changes. My flashlight, which I had left on the table, was now on the floor. The can of coffee I had placed in the cupboard was on the counter. I tried to convince myself I was just forgetting things, but I knew better. I had been careful, methodical. I didn't like the feeling creeping into my gut. That night, the noises came again, but this time they were closer. Footsteps, slow, careful, circling the cabin. I sat in the dark, listening. My hands gripped the blanket tightly, my breathing shallow. The steps would pause, then start again like someone was waiting, listening. I held my breath and waited too. Then they stopped. I stayed awake for hours, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling. When morning came, I checked outside. Nothing. No tracks, no signs that anyone had been there. But I knew what I had heard. On the fourth day, I hiked a little. I wanted to clear my head, convince myself I was just getting stir-crazy. I followed a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest, the trees towering over me, the ground soft with old leaves. An hour in, I found something that made my stomach drop. A small clearing with an old, rotting tent. It had been there for years, the fabric shredded, the poles bent. Scattered around it were torn clothes, a rusted camping stove, a backpack with a broken zipper, and a knife. It was half buried in the dirt, its blade covered in rust. I didn't touch it. Something about the whole scene felt wrong, like I had stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. I turned and walked back to the cabin, faster than before, constantly looking over my shoulder. That night, I barely slept. I kept my flashlight next to me, my knife under the pillow. Every noise made me jump. Around midnight, I heard something different. Not footsteps this time, breathing. Just outside the window. Deep, slow breathing. I stayed completely still. My heart felt like it was going to explode. The breathing went on for what felt like forever, then stopped. I don't know how long I stayed frozen like that. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes again, the first light of dawn was creeping through the curtains. That morning, I made a decision. I was leaving. I packed up my things, loaded them into the SUV, and started the engine. As I turned onto the dirt road, I felt relief wash over me. But then, in my rearview mirror, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure stood at the tree line, tall, motionless, watching. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of a man. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I drove until I hit the main road, until I was miles away from that cabin, from whatever had been out there. I never reported it. What would I even say? That I heard footsteps? That I saw someone standing in the woods? Maybe it was just some drifter, someone living out there, scavenging. Or maybe it was something worse. I still think about that cabin sometimes. About the noises, the moved objects, the breathing outside my window. I tell myself it was nothing, that I was just imagining things. But I don't really believe that. And I know deep down that whoever or whatever was out there was real. I never liked the woods. Something about them always made me feel uneasy. The way the trees closed in, how sound seemed swallowed up by the thick air. But when my brother convinced me to take a solo weekend at a remote cabin he found online, I figured I'd give it a shot. He said it would be good for me. Some peace and quiet away from the city, a break from work. He even covered the rental, so I had no excuse to say no. The drive out was long and winding. Paved roads turned to gravel, then dirt. My phone lost signal an hour before I even reached the place. It was deeper in the forest than I expected, hidden away like some forgotten relic. When I pulled up, the cabin was exactly what the pictures showed. Small, wooden, with a porch that creaked under my steps. The key was waiting under the mat like the owner had promised. Inside, it was simple. A single room with a kitchen tucked into the corner, a wood stove against the far wall, and a bed that looked like it had seen better days. The only other door led to a tiny bathroom with a rust-stained sink and a shower barely big enough to turn around in. The windows were old, their frames swollen from years of rain, and the floorboards groaned with every step. It was quiet, too quiet. I told myself that's what I came for, but the silence felt heavy, like the air itself was watching. I tried to ignore it. I unpacked my bag, set up my laptop on the rickety table, and decided to make the best of it. No distractions, no noise, just me and the woods. That first night, I didn't sleep well. The bed was uncomfortable, but it was more than that. I kept waking up, convinced I had heard something outside. A branch snapping, the soft crunch of leaves. Maybe an animal. But every time I sat up and listened, there was nothing. Just the cabin settling, the wind against the roof. The second day, I went for a walk. I figured getting familiar with the area might ease my nerves. The trees stretched endlessly in every direction, their branches tangled together like skeletal fingers. I marked my path with sticks and rocks, not wanting to get lost, but even then, I nearly did. The deeper I went, the more everything started looking the same. That's when I found the first sign that something was off. A pile of rocks stacked neatly in the middle of the trail. Not natural, not something that just happened. Someone had placed them there. A marker? A warning? I didn't know, but it made my skin crawl. I turned back, moving faster than I meant to. Every sound behind me suddenly too loud, too close. That night, I locked the door. Not just the knob, but the deadbolt, too. I even pushed a chair in front of it just in case. Maybe I was being paranoid, but something about that pile of rocks unsettled me in a way I couldn't shake. I woke up to the sound of footsteps, not inside the cabin, but right outside. Slow, deliberate, someone moving carefully, just beyond the thin walls. My heart pounded. I stayed still, barely breathing, straining to hear. The steps stopped, then started again, circling the cabin. I reached for my phone, but I already knew. No signal, no way to call for help. The only weapon I had was a dull kitchen knife, and that wouldn't do much if someone decided to break in. I sat there, gripping the handle, waiting, hoping it was just my imagination. Morning came and I forced myself outside. I needed to see if there were tracks, some proof that I hadn't lost my mind. The dirt around the cabin was disturbed, but not by boots, by bare feet. Human definitely, but wrong. The toes were long, almost claw-like, the arches too high. I should have left then. I should have packed my things and driven away. But something in me wanted answers. I followed the footprints, weaving through the trees, deeper into the forest. And then I saw it. A cabin. Not mine, but nearly identical, hidden among the trees. Old, abandoned. The windows were broken, the door slightly ajar. I don't know what made me go inside, but I did. The air was thick with the scent of rot, and the floor was littered with things people had left behind. Clothes, old cans, a rusted knife, and on the walls, scratches, deep gouges like something had been trying to claw its way out. I turned to leave, but something caught my eye. A photo pinned to the wall with a hunting knife. My stomach dropped. It was my cabin, the same one I had been sleeping in, and there was someone standing on the porch, looking directly at the camera. The face was blurred, but the shape of the body, the way it stood, it was wrong. Twisted, almost human, but not quite. I ran. I didn't stop. I crashed through the woods, tripping, falling, skinning my hands, my knees. When I reached the cabin, I didn't even go inside. I grabbed my keys, threw my bag into the car, and sped down the dirt road, my tires kicking up dust. I didn't stop driving until I was back in town. I booked a motel for the night, sat on the bed, shaking, trying to understand what had happened. The cabin's owner never answered my calls. When I checked the listing again, it was gone, like it had never existed. I don't know what I saw. I don't know who or what was out there in those woods, but I do know one thing. I'm never going back. I should have never gone up there alone. Looking back, every choice I made that weekend was a mistake. But at the time, I thought I was just getting away from everything. A break from the city, from the noise, from the constant rush of people moving around like they had somewhere important to be. I wanted silence, peace. What I got instead was something else entirely. The cabin belonged to my uncle. He used it for hunting season, but he hadn't been up there in years. He told me it was still in decent shape, but I should bring extra supplies just in case. I loaded up my truck with enough food and water for a few days. A small generator, my rifle, and a few other essentials. The drive up took longer than I expected. The roads were mostly dirt, rough and uneven. I had to slow down more than once to keep from damaging my truck's suspension. By the time I pulled up to the clearing where the cabin stood, the sun was already dipping behind the trees. It looked just as I remembered, small, weathered, surrounded by dense forest. A single window on the front, shutters hanging slightly askew, and a porch that creaked under my boots as I stepped onto it. The door was stiff, and I had to put my shoulder into it to get it open. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and the faint scent of old wood. A few dead leaves had blown in through the cracks around the door, scattering across the floor. I set my bags down and did a quick check of the place. There wasn't much to it. One main room with a fireplace, a small kitchenette, a cot in the corner, and a door leading to the tiny bathroom. The water didn't run anymore, but there was a well out back. My uncle had left a few old lanterns, a stack of firewood, and some canned food in the cabinets. It would do. After unpacking, I stepped outside to get some air. The trees were tall and thick, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze. The forest was quiet, not completely silent, but still enough that I could hear every rustle of leaves, every distant crack of a branch. I didn't think much of it then. I should have. That first night, I slept lightly. The cot was stiff, and the forest made strange noises. I kept my rifle within arm's reach just in case. At some point, I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to a sound outside. A dull, rhythmic thudding. I sat up, heart pounding. Listened. The sound was slow, steady. Not footsteps, not an animal. It was coming from the woods. I grabbed my flashlight, crept to the window, and shined it out into the trees. Nothing, just darkness and the endless stretch of trunks disappearing into the night. The sound stopped. I stood there for a long time, waiting, but nothing else happened. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just a tree branch falling or something shifting in the night. I went back to bed but didn't sleep much. The next morning, I went out to check around the cabin. The ground was undisturbed. No tracks, nothing out of place. Maybe I had imagined it. I spent most of the day chopping wood, fixing one of the broken shutters, and just keeping myself busy. By evening, I had almost forgotten about the noise. Almost. That night, it happened again. The same slow, steady thudding. I sat up, listening, heart hammering in my chest. This time, it was closer. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just listened. Then silence. I held onto my rifle and stayed awake for hours, staring at the door, waiting. Nothing. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the window. I forced myself up, body aching from lack of sleep, and stepped outside. There were tracks this time. Not animal tracks, not boot prints, bare feet, large. The prints circled the cabin once, then disappeared back into the trees. I stood there for a long time, staring at them, trying to understand what I was looking at. The ground was still damp from the morning dew, which meant the prints were fresh. I had been sleeping while something, had been right outside my door. I went back inside, locked the door, and loaded my rifle. I thought about leaving right then and there, but I told myself it was probably just some local messing around. Maybe a hunter, maybe a drifter. I didn't know, but I wasn't going to let them scare me off. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in a chair facing the door, rifle in my lap, waiting. The hours crawled by. The forest was too quiet. The air felt thick, heavy. Around midnight, I heard it again. Thud, thud, thud. Slow, deliberate. I raised my rifle, pointing it at the door. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. The sound stopped. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, but nothing happened. No movement, no more sounds. Morning came. I stepped outside, rifle in hand. The prints were back, fresh, circling the cabin once again. This time, they didn't lead back into the trees. This time, they led to the well. I walked over, every muscle in my body tense, peered inside. Nothing, just dark water, still and undisturbed. I left that afternoon, packed up my things, loaded my truck, and didn't look back. I told myself I was overreacting, that it was nothing, but I never went back. Neither did my uncle. To this day, I don't know what was out there. I don't want to know. I had no reason to be out there. If I'm being honest, I had every reason not to be. It wasn't a vacation. It wasn't some life-affirming getaway. It was me running. I needed space, needed to be away from people, from the noise, from everything that felt like it was choking me back in the city. I thought a cabin deep in the woods would be the answer, a place where no one could find me, where I could sit in the quiet and breathe again. I found it online, some old rental tucked away in a place that barely had a name. The pictures made it look cozy, small but comfortable, a simple wooden structure with a front porch and a fire pit out back. The owner's description made it clear that it was isolated. No Wi-Fi, no service, no neighbors for miles. That was exactly what I was looking for. The drive up was long, the kind of long that makes you second guess if you made a wrong turn somewhere. The road twisted through miles of thick trees, the kind that seemed to swallow the sunlight the deeper you went. My GPS cut out an hour before I arrived, but the instructions were clear enough to follow. By the time I saw the cabin, the sun was beginning to dip behind the trees, the sky turning that deep shade of orange that meant night wasn't far off. It looked just like the pictures. Weathered wood, a small porch, a single window on the front that was dark and empty. I parked beside it, stepping out onto the uneven dirt. The air smelled damp, like moss and pine, and the only sounds were the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of some unseen bird. No traffic, no voices, no city hum, just silence. Inside, the cabin was as simple as I expected. A small kitchen area, a fireplace, a couch that looked like it had seen better days. There was a single bedroom in the back, just big enough for a bed and a dresser, and a tiny bathroom with rust stains in the sink. It smelled stale, like the windows hadn't been opened in a long time. But I didn't care. It was quiet. That's all I wanted. That first night was peaceful. I made a small fire in the fireplace, heated up a can of soup on the gas stove, and sat on the couch staring at nothing. No notifications, no voices, just me and the crackling of the fire. I slept better than I had in months. The next morning, I woke up early. The light streamed in through the thin curtains, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. Felt good. I made some coffee, stepped out onto the porch, and just listened. Nothing but trees stretching out in every direction. It should have felt freeing, but there was something else too. Something I couldn't place. A feeling just beneath the surface. I brushed it off, just my mind adjusting to the quiet. I spent the day exploring the area. There wasn't much to see. Just trees, more trees, and a narrow stream about a 10-minute walk from the cabin. I followed the water for a while, kicking stones, letting my thoughts drift. Felt good to be out there, away from everything. It wasn't until I started heading back that I noticed something strange. Footprints. Not mine. Not fresh either, but deep enough in the soft earth to still be visible. They led in the same direction I was walking, toward the cabin. I stopped, looked around. No one. Just trees and the faint sound of the water behind me. I told myself they were old. Maybe the owner had been out here at some point. Or maybe another renter. I kept walking. That night, I locked the door. I hadn't thought to do it the night before. It hadn't felt necessary. But something about those footprints sat in the back of my mind. The woods were empty, I told myself. I was alone. The next few days were quiet, uneventful. I settled into a routine. Waking up early, drinking coffee on the porch, walking through the woods, cooking whatever simple meal I had brought. I tried reading, but my mind wandered. I tried writing, but the words felt forced. Then, on the fourth night, I woke up to a sound. It wasn't loud, just a soft, shuffling noise. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I heard it again, closer, a slow, deliberate step on the porch. I lay there, completely still. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I strained to hear, but the sound was gone, just silence. I told myself it was an animal, a raccoon maybe, something sniffing around, but I didn't get up to check. I just lay there, listening until I finally fell back asleep. The next morning, I found something strange on the porch. The wooden planks were dusty, covered in a thin layer of dirt from the trees, but near the door, the dust had been disturbed. A footprint, a bare footprint. I stared at it for a long time. My own feet had never touched that spot. I always wore shoes outside. It was too clear, too defined to be old. I felt something then, a pressure in my chest, a deep, twisting unease. I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the day in a fog. My mind tried to come up with explanations, but none of them sat right. By the time the sun began to set, I had made up my mind. I was leaving in the morning. That night, I barely slept. Every creak, every rustle outside sent my heart racing. I kept the fire going, the flickering light casting shadows across the walls. Then, just past midnight, I heard it again. The sound on the porch. Slow, steady. I gripped the blanket, barely breathing. The floorboards creaked. Then, a soft rattle at the door handle. Not forceful, just testing. I didn't move, couldn't. The door was locked. It had to be enough. Minutes passed. Then, the sound of retreating footsteps. I stayed awake until dawn. As soon as there was enough light, I packed my things. I didn't care if I left anything behind. I grabbed my keys, stepped onto the porch, and froze. The footprints. They led away from the door, down the steps, and into the trees. Bare footprints, deep, fresh, leading into the woods. I didn't stop to think. I got in my car, started the engine, and drove. The trees blurred past, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on the main road, where I finally got a signal. I never reported it, never told anyone what happened. What would I even say? But sometimes, late at night, I still think about that cabin, about the footprints, about the slow, careful sound of someone testing the door. And I wonder, how long had they been watching me before I ever heard a sound? I drove up the winding road, my truck's tires crunching against gravel as I approached the cabin. The sun was already dipping behind the thick trees, casting long shadows that stretched across the dirt path. The air smelled like pine, damp earth, and something faintly metallic. I rolled my window down to get a better breath of the fresh mountain air, but instead, a chill crawled up my spine. It wasn't from the cold. The cabin belonged to a friend of mine, Greg. He had been letting me use it for the weekend. Work had been stressing me out, and I needed to get away. I wasn't one of those guys who believed in the whole being one with nature thing, but I figured a couple of days in the middle of nowhere could do me some good. No emails, no phone calls, no deadlines, just me, the trees, and a case of beer. I parked the truck beside the cabin, cutting the engine. The silence hit me immediately. Not just a normal kind of quiet, but the kind that makes you notice your own breathing. No wind, no birds, just stillness. It was unsettling, but I shrugged it off. City life had me too used to background noise. The cabin was a simple structure, old but sturdy. Logs stacked on logs, a slanted roof, and a small porch with 2 rocking chairs that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. The windows were dark. I grabbed my duffel bag from the passenger seat and headed up the wooden steps. The porch creaked under my weight, the sound breaking the silence for the first time since I arrived. Greg had left the key under a loose floorboard near the door. I found it easily and let myself in. The inside smelled like dust and old wood. A fireplace sat against the far wall, a pile of firewood stacked neatly beside it. A small kitchen took up one corner, with an old gas stove and a fridge that hummed softly. The main room had a worn-out couch, a wooden table, and a single armchair. A hallway led to a single bedroom and a small bathroom. I set my bag down and flicked the light switch. The bulbs flickered before settling into a dim glow. The place was cold. I made a mental note to get a fire going before it got too late. I grabbed a beer from the fridge, popped the cap, and took a long sip. As I stood there, I realized just how alone I was. There wasn't another soul for miles. No neighbors, no roads nearby, just me and the woods. The feeling was both freeing and unnerving. I spent the first hour unpacking and checking the place out. Everything seemed fine, no signs of rodents, no leaks, no issues. I grabbed some wood and got a fire started in the fireplace, watching as the flames took hold and spread warmth through the room. The glow made the cabin feel a little less empty. By the time night settled in, the temperature had dropped sharply. I locked the front door, making sure the bolt was secure. Then I checked the back door, the windows. Everything was locked up tight. I wasn't worried about anything, but being in an unfamiliar place alone made me cautious. I settled onto the couch with my beer, staring at the fire. The crackling was soothing. My mind started to drift when a sound outside made me sit up. It was faint, barely noticeable over the fire, but it was there, a soft crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Probably an animal. Maybe a deer. I told myself that, but something about the sound bothered me. It wasn't random like the way animals move, it was deliberate, slow, careful. I stood up and moved to the window, peeking out through the glass. The porch was empty. The truck was still there. The trees stood still, their dark forms blending together in the moonlight. I didn't see anything, but the feeling didn't go away. I shook it off, convincing myself I was just spooking myself out. I turned away from the window and headed to the bathroom. As I washed my face, I kept glancing at the mirror, expecting to see something behind me, but there was nothing. I turned off the light and walked to the bedroom, shutting the door behind me. The bed was old but comfortable enough. I crawled under the thick blankets, my breath fogging slightly in the cold air. As I lay there, staring at the ceiling, I heard it again. Crunch, closer this time. I sat up, my pulse pounding in my ears. That was not a deer. That was not an animal. It was footsteps, human footsteps. I slid out of bed as quietly as I could, reaching for my duffel bag. I kept a hunting knife in there, just in case. My fingers closed around the handle just as something brushed against the window outside. A shadow passed by the thin curtains. I froze. My grip tightened on the knife. The sound of slow, deliberate breathing filled the silence. Not mine. Someone was outside my bedroom window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I waited. Minutes passed. The breathing stopped. The shadow was gone. I forced myself to move, creeping toward the window, gripping the knife so hard my hand ached. I lifted the curtain just an inch, peering out. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in bed, knife in hand, staring at the door, listening. When the sun rose, I stepped outside. My stomach dropped. Footprints. Large, deep footprints circled the cabin. They led from the woods to my bedroom window to the front door, and then back into the trees. Someone had been watching me all night. I didn't stay to find out who. I grabbed my bag, threw it in the truck, and left without looking back. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. But I do know one thing. I wasn't alone. I drove for hours, leaving the last town behind as I followed the winding road up into the mountains. The pavement turned to gravel, then to dirt. My tires crunched over the dried leaves and twigs as I navigated through dense woods. The cabin was deep in the forest, far from everything. That's what I wanted: solitude. A weekend alone to clear my head, away from noise, from people, from life. The cabin itself was old, weathered by years of wind and rain. The wood was dark, almost black in places, and the roof sagged slightly, but it looked sturdy. There was no electricity, no running water, just a small wood-burning stove, an oil lamp, and a few pieces of worn furniture. A single room with a cot in the corner, a table and a chair. A few cabinets lined one wall, stocked with basic supplies: canned food, matches, a hatchet. There was an old hunting rifle mounted above the door. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The first night was uneventful. I made a small fire in the stove, cooked a can of beans, and read by the dim light of the lamp. The forest outside was silent, except for the occasional rustling of leaves and distant hoots of an owl. I fell asleep easily, the kind of sleep that comes from being away from everything. I woke up in the middle of the night, though, not because of a noise, but because of an absence of it. The woods had gone completely silent. No wind, no insects, nothing. I sat up, listening. The stillness pressed against my ears, unnatural in its depth. I reached for the oil lamp, but my fingers were clumsy, and I knocked it over. The sound of it hitting the floor seemed deafening in the silence. I held my breath, waiting. Nothing, just the dark and the quiet. Morning came and I shook off the unease. I convinced myself it had just been the strangeness of being alone in an unfamiliar place. I spent the day exploring the area, walking through the trees, following a small creek that ran not far from the cabin. I found old tracks, deer maybe, but nothing fresh. The forest felt empty, hollow. That night, the silence returned. Not immediately. At first, it was normal crickets, the occasional snap of a branch. But slowly, those sounds faded. By midnight, it was the same as before, dead quiet. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to steady my breathing. Then I heard it. Not a noise exactly, but a presence, a pressure in the air. Something was out there, standing in the trees. I don't know how I knew, but I did. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. It was something else. My skin prickled. My heart pounded against my ribs. I wanted to get up, to look outside, but I couldn't make myself move. Then a sound, soft, deliberate. Footsteps crushing leaves just beyond the cabin walls. Slow, careful steps circling. I gripped the edge of the cot, every muscle locked. The steps stopped. I waited, ears straining. Nothing. Then a long, slow exhale right outside the window. I didn't sleep that night. At dawn, I forced myself to go outside. The dirt around the cabin was undisturbed. No prints, no sign that anything had been there. But I knew. I felt it. Something had stood there, watching me. I spent the day gathering firewood, trying to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I checked my car, half considering leaving, but the thought of driving down those miles of empty road, knowing something had followed me, was worse. That night, I sat up with the rifle, the oil lamp burning low. The silence returned, heavier than before. Hours passed, nothing happened. Then, just as I started to think I had imagined everything, the door handle moved. A slow turn. The latch clicked. I raised the rifle, my hands shaking. The door didn't open. It stayed closed, but something was on the other side, testing it. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. Then, after what felt like forever, the handle slowly turned back. The latch clicked again. The pressure in the air lessened. Whatever was out there had left. I didn't sleep. I didn't move until the sun came up. When I finally found the courage to open the door, the world outside looked the same as before. The trees, the dirt, the empty woods. But I knew better. I had never been alone. I packed my things, threw everything into the car. I didn't care about leaving the cabin as it was. I just needed to go. As I backed up, my tires spun for a moment in the loose dirt, and in that instant, I saw them. Footprints. Dozens of them circling the cabin, overlapping. They hadn't been there before. I had checked. I didn't stop driving until I was hours away, until the mountains were far behind me. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I don't know what I would have even said, but I know one thing for certain. I was never alone in that cabin, and whatever was out there, it wasn't human. I don't know why I thought going up there alone was a good idea. Maybe I wanted the quiet. Maybe I just wanted to get away from everything. Work had been draining. My apartment felt suffocating. And I figured a few days in the woods would help clear my head. No phone, no emails, just me, the trees, and the old family cabin I hadn't visited in years. The place had been in my family for decades, but no one really used it anymore. My dad used to take me up there when I was a kid, but after he passed, it just sat empty. It wasn't much, just a simple one-room cabin with a small loft, a wood-burning stove, and a creaky front porch. It had no electricity, just a few old lanterns and a propane stove. Water came from a well out back. The nearest town was about 20 miles away, and there was no real road, just a dirt path barely wide enough for my truck. I got there in the late afternoon. The sky was already turning gray, and the wind had that cold bite that let you know winter wasn't far off. I unlocked the rusted padlock on the door, pushed it open, and was immediately hit with the smell of dust, wood, and thyme. Everything was just as I remembered. Old furniture covered in sheets, a stack of firewood against the wall, a few pots and pans hanging above the tiny sink. The place was cold, but I'd fix that soon enough. The first thing I did was get a fire going in the stove. It took some effort, but soon, The little cabin started to warm up. I unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot in the corner and set my lantern on the nightstand. My plan was simple: read, maybe write a little, go on a few hikes, and just exist without the constant pull of the outside world. The first night was uneventful. I woke up once to the sound of wind howling through the trees, but that was normal. I fell back asleep and didn't wake up again until the sun was pushing through the cracks in the wooden shutters. The second day was peaceful. I chopped some firewood, made a simple breakfast, and spent the afternoon hiking up one of the old trails my dad used to take me on. Felt good being out there alone. The quiet was thick, heavy, but not in a bad way, just different. That changed on the second night. I was sitting by the fire, writing in my notebook, when I heard something outside. A soft, rhythmic crunching sound. Footsteps on the frost-covered ground. I froze, my pen hovering above the paper. Could have been a deer, maybe a raccoon, but something about the sound felt off. Too slow, too deliberate. I stood up, moved to the window, and peered out into the darkness. The moon was half covered by clouds, but I could still make out the trees, the clearing, the old well. Nothing looked out of place. I waited, my ears straining against the silence. The footsteps had stopped. I told myself it was nothing and went to bed. But sleep didn't come easy. I kept waking up, sure I'd heard something just outside the cabin. A soft shuffle, the creak of wood, like someone shifting their weight on the porch. But every time I got up to check, there was nothing there, just the wind and the trees. The next morning I found tracks. They weren't animal tracks. They were footprints, bare footprints, human. They started near the edge of the clearing, weaved through the trees, and stopped just short of the porch. There were no tracks leading away. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. The ground was hard with frost, and the prints were clear, each toe defined in the dirt. Whoever had made them had been barefoot, in the cold, in the middle of nowhere. I told myself it was an old set of prints, maybe left by some hiker who'd come through weeks ago before the frost set in. But that didn't make sense. No one hiked up here, and the tracks were fresh. I spent the rest of the day feeling on edge. Every sound seemed too loud. Every gust of wind felt like something moving just out of sight. I thought about leaving, but I pushed the idea away. I wasn't going to scare myself out of my own cabin. That night, I locked the door and kept the fire going. I lay in my sleeping bag, my knife within arm's reach, listening. The wind had died down, and the silence felt heavier than before. At some point, I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember was waking up to the sound of the porch creaking. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just listened. Another creak, slow, deliberate. Something was out there, standing on the porch. I turned my head toward the window, but all I could see was darkness. Then, softly, something tapped against the glass. A single, deliberate tap. I stayed completely still. My heart was hammering in my chest. Another tap, then another, like someone was testing the glass. I gripped my knife and forced myself to sit up. The room was dim, the fire casting long shadows against the walls. I turned my gaze to the door. The lock was still in place. The door hadn't moved. The tapping stopped. For a long time, nothing happened. Then I heard it. A slow, dragging sound, moving away from the cabin. Footsteps, crunching in the frost. I waited until the sound faded completely before I moved. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I opened the door. The air was freezing. My breath came out in thick clouds. I stepped onto the porch and looked down. More footprints, bare, leading from the window across the clearing into the trees. I didn't think. I grabbed my bag, stuffed everything inside, and got the hell out of there. The whole drive back, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something, someone, but the road stayed empty. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted, and I don't think I ever will. But I do know this. I'm never going back to that cabin again. The drive to the cabin took longer than I expected. The roads were narrow, twisting through dense forest, and the last 30 minutes were nothing but gravel and potholes. My tires crunched over the loose stones, the sound filling the otherwise silent evening. The sun had already dipped behind the trees, leaving the sky a dark, bruised shade of blue. I hadn't seen another car in over an hour. I rented the cabin for a week. Needed a break from the city, from people, from everything. It wasn't much. A simple wooden structure deep in the woods. No neighbors for miles. No cell service. Just me and the quiet. The photos online made it look cozy. The reality was different. The cabin sat in a small clearing, the trees pressing in on all sides. The wood was old, dark, the kind that absorbed the last light of day rather than reflecting it. A single porch light flickered weakly above the door. There was a firewood pile stacked against the side of the cabin, but it looked damp, useless. I turned off the engine and stepped out. The air smelled like wet earth and pine. My boots sank slightly into the soft ground as I walked up to the front door. The key was in a small lockbox, just as the rental confirmation had said. I punched in the code, took the key, and pushed the door open. The inside was fine. Wooden floors, wooden walls, a small kitchenette, a single bed pushed up against the far wall, a fireplace that hadn't been used in a long time. Dust hung in the air, disturbed by my entrance. There was a table with 2 chairs, a small couch with an old blanket draped over it, and a single window that looked out into the trees. The place smelled stale, like it hadn't been aired out in months. I set my bag down by the bed and walked to the kitchen. The cabinets held a few basic supplies, some canned goods, a half-empty box of pasta, a bottle of oil. The fridge was empty except for a lone bottle of water and a packet of butter. I had brought my own food, so I wasn't worried. After unpacking, I decided to check out the area. Stepping outside, I noticed how eerily quiet it was. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the distant sound of the wind moving through the trees. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin. The forest was dense, the trees packed so tightly together that it was impossible to see more than a few feet in. It gave me an uneasy feeling. I found a small, overgrown path leading away from the cabin. It looked like no one had used it in a long time, but curiosity got the better of me. I walked for about 10 minutes before I saw something strange. A set of footprints in the dirt. They weren't mine. They were old, but definitely human. I crouched down, studying them. Barefoot. The prints were deep, like whoever made them was running. My skin prickled. There was no reason for anyone to be out here, especially barefoot. I followed them a little further, but they disappeared into the underbrush. I turned back. The uneasy feeling stayed with me. That night, I built a fire in the fireplace, made myself some dinner, and sat at the table, listening to the crackling flames. The silence outside felt heavier as the night went on. At one point, I thought I heard something, a faint crunching sound, like footsteps on the gravel outside. I froze, listening. Nothing. I checked the window. The porch light barely illuminated the area in front of the cabin, and beyond that, it was just darkness. I told myself it was an animal, maybe a deer. I went to bed early, but I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, heart pounding for no reason. At one point, I thought I heard something moving outside again. A slow, deliberate sound, like someone shifting their weight on the porch. I held my breath, listening. Silence. The next morning, I found something strange near my car. Footprints. Fresh ones. They circled the vehicle, leading to the driver's side door before stopping. I stood there, staring at them. My own prints were there too, but these were different, slightly larger than mine. I looked around. The forest was still and empty. I felt watched. The day dragged on. I kept busy, hiking a little, reading, trying to enjoy the solitude. But that feeling never left me. That night, I locked the door, checked the windows twice, and kept the fire going longer than I needed to. I listened for sounds outside. I told myself I was being paranoid. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up again. This time, I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was a noise, a faint scraping sound, coming from the door. I didn't move. It stopped. I lay there, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling. A few minutes passed. Then, a soft creak. The sound of weight shifting on the porch. Someone was out there. I stayed perfectly still. My breathing was shallow, my body frozen. The doorknob rattled lightly, then silence. I don't know how long I lay there before I finally got up. Moving as quietly as I could, I grabbed my flashlight and a kitchen knife and crept to the window. I angled the light towards the porch. Empty. But then I saw it. The footprints. Fresh, in the dirt, leading from the woods to my door. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the chair by the fire, knife in my lap, jumping at every sound. The hours crawled by. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I made my decision. I packed my things in under 5 minutes. When I stepped outside, the footprints were gone, like they had never been there. But I knew what I had seen. I drove away without looking back. I never figured out who or what was out there that night. But I know this. I wasn't alone in those woods, and I never will be again. I drove up to the cabin just before sundown. The trees were thick on either side of the road, dark and towering. The gravel crunched under my tires as I pulled up in front of the small wooden structure. It was old, but sturdy, sitting there alone in the middle of nowhere. No neighbors, no streetlights, no cell service. That was the point. I needed space to clear my head, to be away from everything and everyone. I had rented the place for a week. Just me, my thoughts, and the quiet. Stepping out of the car, the air was cooler than I expected. The kind of cold that settles in your bones, even in the early fall. I grabbed my duffel bag from the passenger seat and made my way up the porch steps. The wood creaked beneath my boots. The key was under the mat, just like the owner had said. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The smell of old wood and dust hit me immediately. The cabin was small. A single room with a kitchenette in the corner, a fireplace against the far wall, and a narrow hallway leading to the bathroom and bedroom. Simple, but enough. I flicked the light switch. Nothing happened. The owner warned me about this, said the power could be unreliable out here. There were lanterns and a generator if I needed them. I sighed and set my bag down on the floor, my breath already visible in the air. I walked over to the fireplace and stacked a few logs from the pile next to it. A box of matches sat on the mantel. It took a few tries, but soon enough, flames licked at the wood, casting flickering light across the room. The warmth helped, but the shadows in the corners seemed to stretch and deepen. I tried to ignore them. After a quick dinner of canned soup, I unpacked a little. My duffel bag was mostly filled with clothes, a flashlight, a hunting knife I kept just in case, and a book I probably wouldn't read. I laid my things out on the bed in the next room and looked out the single window. Just trees. Nothing but endless trees stretching into the dark. I don't know what made me stop, but I kept staring at the trees. Something about the way they moved in the wind felt off. It wasn't normal swaying, it was slow, almost deliberate. But maybe I was imagining things. I turned away and shut the curtains. The first night was uneventful. The sounds of the woods outside were louder than I expected. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional distant cry of an animal. I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. My fingers curled tightly around the handle of my knife under the covers. The next morning, I went outside to get some air. The forest was dense, the kind that made you feel watched even when you knew you were alone. I decided to walk a bit, stretch my legs, get familiar with the area. The owner had mentioned an old hunting trail a few hundred yards behind the cabin. The woods were thick with undergrowth. The ground was damp. My boots left deep imprints in the mud. As I moved forward, I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling that strange sense of being watched. But there was nothing, just trees. Then I found it, a small clearing with something strange in the middle. Bones, not scattered, not chewed up like an animal had gotten to them, but arranged in a neat little pile. They were clean, too clean. Some of them were small, like they came from birds or rabbits. Others were longer, thicker, maybe deer. I didn't like it. I turned back toward the cabin, walking faster this time. My gut told me something was wrong, and I trusted it. I was trained to. By the time I got back, the wind had picked up. The air was colder now, biting against my skin. I locked the door behind me and stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing, just my own breathing. The second night was worse. I woke up to the sound of something moving outside. Slow, deliberate footsteps on the porch. Not an animal. Too heavy. My heart pounded in my chest as I lay there, gripping my knife. The steps stopped near the door. Silence. Then the doorknob rattled. Not hard, just enough to test it. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The fire had died down, leaving the cabin in almost complete darkness. I sat there for what felt like hours, waiting for something to happen. Eventually, the footsteps moved away, slowly. In the morning, I found footprints in the dirt outside. Bare feet, human. The prints led into the woods, disappearing between the trees. I thought about leaving right then, packing up my things and driving back to town. But I had no real proof of anything, just footprints and fear. And maybe, I told myself, it was some drifter passing through. Maybe they thought the cabin was abandoned. That night, I locked the door, checked the windows twice, and kept my knife within reach. I barely slept. Every noise outside sent my heart racing. The wind howled, the trees creaked, and somewhere, in the middle of the night, I thought I heard breathing just outside the window. The next morning, I found something new. Hanging from the porch, just above the door, was a small bundle of sticks and bones tied together with string. It hadn't been there the day before. I took it down and threw it into the trees. Then I packed my bag. I didn't care how ridiculous I looked for leaving early. Something wasn't right. My gut screamed at me to go. As I loaded my bag into the car, I glanced back at the trees. For a second, I swore I saw movement. A shape standing between the trunks, too far to make out clearly. Watching. I didn't wait. I got in my car and drove, gravel spitting up behind me. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back in town. I never went back. A week later, I got a call from the cabin's owner. He sounded confused. He asked if I had left something behind. When I told him no, he hesitated. Then he said, "Well, someone's been staying there since you left." I hung up and never looked back. It started as a simple trip, a quiet getaway to clear my mind. A week alone in a rented cabin deep in the woods, away from the noise, the stress, the people. I had been needing this break for months. Work had been suffocating. My personal life had been a mess, and I thought some solitude would help me put things back in order. The cabin was old, built decades ago, maybe longer. It stood at the end of a narrow dirt road, surrounded by thick forest in every direction. The listing said it was secluded and perfect for those seeking solitude. That was exactly what I wanted. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was the silence. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustle of the trees when the wind picked up. It was late afternoon when I stepped out of my car. The cabin stood there, small but sturdy, with a slanted roof and a wraparound porch. It had a single chimney, though I doubted I'd use the fireplace. The place had been cleaned before my arrival, but there was still a musty scent in the air, the kind that clings to old wood and fabric. Inside, the layout was simple: one main room with a kitchen area, a small dining table, and a couch near the fireplace. A short hallway led to a bathroom and a single bedroom. The furniture was outdated but functional. A few family photos hung on the walls, the kind with faces faded from years of exposure to sunlight. I unpacked quickly, putting away my groceries, setting up my laptop even though I had no intention of using it much. I had no cell signal out here, and the Wi-Fi was spotty at best. That was fine. I wasn't here to be online. That first night, I sat on the porch with a beer, listening to the wind in the trees. I watched the sun set, the sky turning deep orange before fading to black. It was peaceful, exactly what I had hoped for. But sometime after midnight, I woke up. The cabin was silent, but something felt off. I lay still, listening. At first, I thought it was just the unfamiliarity of the place messing with me. New environments always had a way of making sleep feel lighter. Then I heard it, a sound, faint, almost imperceptible, like something moving inside the cabin. I held my breath, listening harder. It came again, a soft creak, like wood shifting under weight. Not the kind of sound the wind makes, not the house settling. Something else. Something inside. I turned on the lamp beside my bed and sat up. My heart was pounding. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the sound was nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I got up, moving carefully, listening for any other noises. I checked the main room, the kitchen, even the bathroom. Nothing. Everything was exactly as I left it. The doors were locked, the windows shut. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I went back to bed but left the lamp on. I must have drifted off eventually because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the window. I told myself I had been paranoid. First night alone in an unfamiliar place. Of course I'd feel uneasy. That's normal. The second night, I locked up just the same, made sure everything was secure before going to bed. I fell asleep faster this time, comforted by the knowledge that I had overreacted the night before. But then I woke up again. This time I heard it clearly. The sound of something shifting inside the cabin. Not just a creak. Something moving. I sat up, my pulse hammering. I turned on the lamp and listened. Silence. I got out of bed, moving slower this time. I checked the main room again. The chairs at the dining table looked different. They weren't how I had left them. One was slightly pulled out, just enough to notice. I felt a cold wave run through me. I knew I hadn't touched that chair. I had eaten at the table earlier, sure, but I had pushed all the chairs in before going to bed. I was certain something was in this cabin, or had been. I checked the doors again, locked. The windows shut. No signs of forced entry. No footprints, no disturbances other than the chair. I told myself I must have misremembered. Maybe I had left it like that. Maybe I was just tired. But deep down, I knew better. I barely slept the rest of that night, jumping at every small sound. When morning came, I felt drained, but I forced myself to go about my day as usual. By the third night, I was on edge before even going to bed. I double-checked everything, made sure every door and window was secure. I even put a chair in front of the bedroom door. It was a ridiculous precaution, but it made me feel better. That night, I didn't just wake up. I was jolted awake. Something had moved in the cabin. I heard it, a sharp creak closer this time. I turned on the lamp, heart pounding. I looked toward the door. The chair I had placed in front of it had moved. Not knocked over, not pushed to the side, just moved. A few inches away from where I had placed it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My entire body was frozen with fear. Something was in here with me. I stayed awake until dawn, barely blinking, my eyes locked on the door. When morning finally came, I packed my things without a second thought. I left the cabin that day, drove away without looking back. I didn't even bother to call the rental company, didn't care about getting my money back. I just wanted to be as far away from that place as possible. I don't know what was in there. I don't want to know, but something was, and it was watching me. It started as a simple trip, a quiet getaway to clear my mind. A week alone in a rented cabin deep in the woods, away from the noise, the stress, the people. I had been needing this break for months. Work had been suffocating. My personal life had been a mess, and I thought some solitude would help me put things back in order. The cabin was old, built decades ago, maybe longer. It stood at the end of a narrow dirt road, surrounded by thick forest in every direction. The listing said it was secluded and perfect for those seeking solitude. That was exactly what I wanted. When I arrived, the first thing I noticed was the silence. No cars, no voices, just the occasional rustle of the trees when the wind picked up. It was late afternoon when I stepped out of my car. The cabin stood there, small but sturdy, with a slanted roof and a wraparound porch. It had a single chimney, though I doubted I'd use the fireplace. The place had been cleaned before my arrival, but there was still a musty scent in the air, the kind that clings to old wood and fabric. Inside, the layout was simple: one main room with a kitchen area, a small dining table, and a couch near the fireplace. A short hallway led to a bathroom and a single bedroom. The furniture was outdated but functional. A few family photos hung on the walls, the kind with faces faded from years of exposure to sunlight. I unpacked quickly, putting away my groceries, setting up my laptop even though I had no intention of using it much. I had no cell signal out here, and the Wi-Fi was spotty at best. That was fine. I wasn't here to be online. That first night, I sat on the porch with a beer, listening to the wind in the trees. I watched the sun set, the sky turning deep orange before fading to black. It was peaceful, exactly what I had hoped for. But sometime after midnight, I woke up. The cabin was silent, but something felt off. I lay still, listening. At first, I thought it was just the unfamiliarity of the place messing with me. New environments always had a way of making sleep feel lighter. Then I heard it, a sound, faint, almost imperceptible, like something moving inside the cabin. I held my breath, listening harder. It came again, a soft creak, like wood shifting under weight. Not the kind of sound the wind makes, not the house settling. Something else, something inside. I turned on the lamp beside my bed and sat up. My heart was pounding. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the sound was nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I got up, moving carefully, listening for any other noises. I checked the main room, the kitchen, even the bathroom. Nothing. Everything was exactly as I left it. The doors were locked, the windows shut. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I went back to bed but left the lamp on. I must have drifted off eventually because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the window. I told myself I had been paranoid. First night alone in an unfamiliar place. Of course I'd feel uneasy. That's normal. The second night, I locked up just the same, made sure everything was secure before going to bed. I fell asleep faster this time, comforted by the knowledge that I had overreacted the night before. But then I woke up again. This time I heard it clearly, the sound of something shifting inside the cabin. Not just a creak, something moving. I sat up, my pulse hammering. I turned on the lamp and listened. Silence. I got out of bed, moving slower this time. I checked the main room again. The chairs at the dining table looked different. They weren't how I had left them. One was slightly pulled out, just enough to notice. I felt a cold wave run through me. I knew I hadn't touched that chair. I had eaten at the table earlier, sure, but I had pushed all the chairs in before going to bed. I was certain something was in this cabin, or had been. I checked the doors again, locked. The windows shut. No signs of forced entry. No footprints, no disturbances other than the chair. I told myself I must have misremembered. Maybe I had left it like that. Maybe I was just tired. But deep down, I knew better. I barely slept the rest of that night, jumping at every small sound. When morning came, I felt drained, but I forced myself to go about my day as usual. By the third night, I was on edge before even going to bed. I double-checked everything, made sure every door and window was secure. I even put a chair in front of the bedroom door. It was a ridiculous precaution, but it made me feel better. That night, I didn't just wake up. I was jolted awake. Something had moved in the cabin. I heard it, a sharp creak closer this time. I turned on the lamp, heart pounding. I looked toward the door. The chair I had placed in front of it had moved. Not knocked over, not pushed to the side, just moved. A few inches away from where I had placed it. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My entire body was frozen with fear. Something was in here with me. I stayed awake until dawn, barely blinking, my eyes locked on the door. When morning finally came, I packed my things without a second thought. I left the cabin that day, drove away without looking back. I didn't even bother to call the rental company, didn't care about getting my money back. I just wanted to be as far away from that place as possible. I don't know what was in there. I don't want to know, but something was, and it was watching me.